Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this meeting of the Eastern Area Planning Committee, Wednesday, 6th of November, Allendale Centre, Wimborne. This is one of 3 area-based planning committees of Dorset Council. For the benefit of the public, I am Councillor David Took, Chair of this Area Planning Committee. To my right is Councillor Duncan Sowley-House, Vice Chairman. Officers attending today, we have Kim Cowell, Anna Lee, who is our service manager, Elizabeth Adams, Amy Shinkins, Ellie Lee, Christine Reeves, who is online, and we have Phil Crowther, who is a legal business partner, Megan Rochester, who was our clerk and has now been promoted and is a senior democratic services officer now, and we also have Joshua Kennedy, who is our new clerk. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the meeting, especially to members of the public who are here to listen to the debate and the decisions being taken, and they have the opportunity to address the committee in accordance with our procedures. Please be aware this meeting is being live streamed, and a copy of the recording of the meeting will be available on the website after the meeting, and by attending this meeting you consent to being filmed. Please can I ask that all those in the room ensure their mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I'd like to refer everyone's attention to our public participation protocol. This is a meeting held in public and not a public meeting, and only those who registered to speak will be allowed to address the committee. The first 3 members of the public, including any community or amenity group who have registered to speak for and against the application, will be invited to address the committee. If the applicant or the representative registers to speak, then only the first 2 members of the public who wish to speak for the application may address the committee. MPs need to register in the same way and will count as one of the 6 speakers. Town and parish councils and ward members of Dorset Council who are not members of the committee and who wish to address the committee will be allowed to speak, provided they have given due notice. All requests have to have been registered with Josh, our Democratic Services Support Officer, by 8:30 Monday, 4th of November. When invited to speak, please take your place at the desk in front of the committee. That's the little one in the corner there, marked public speakers. Speak clearly into the microphone, which you turn on by pressing the button with the picture of a voice coming out of it.
Sorry, Chair, I registered to speak by due time, and I've been told by the clerk I can't address the meeting because there are too many speakers. So what you just said is incorrect.
I've just read that out. I've just read that out about the number of speakers. Are you support or against?
I'm speaking for the application of the bill.
We already have 3.
Okay. Okay, we've got. So you're public in support.
Yeah.
You're registered.
Yeah, and I registered on Friday.
Okay, well, we have 2 public support and the applicant agent. So that's 3.
So the speaking slots.
But apparently I'm not one of them.
No.
The speaking slots were taken by
based on one of them. The speaking slots were all taken by the time you registered.
Well,
so
what you just said is incorrect.
It shouldn't be a conversation.
In what way?
You indicated that everyone who had registered to speak
in time
would be given.
Yeah, but this shouldn't be a conversation.
I said according to our procedures. I'm not conversing this anymore. You can either stay or go. It's entirely up to you. I'm not debating this.
But you accept you were incorrect.
No, I don't. And I think
we're already in la la land.
Move on.
Right, could you please leave?
No.
Get out and leave this room now.
No, you can't. Not here to do it.
I wanted him to leave. I do. Been told to kill him down the line. I'm not doing that. Please leave. Okay, this meeting's adjourned. Meeting is resumed. So, once we've heard from all the public speakers, I'll close the public part of the meeting and no further interventions will be allowed. Furthermore, I would politely ask members of the public not to approach members of the committee during any short adjournments, during a planning application consideration, as this could affect the lawfulness of the decision of the committee. Moving on to the first item on the agenda, apologies. Do we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. No, I haven't received any apologies for absence.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Do we have any declarations of pecuniary or other conflicts of interest, bias, or predetermination? No? Please ask if members wish to make any declaration of interest. None whatsoever.
I apologise.
That's okay. I'm just about to ask if we have any declarations of interest, bias, or predetermination.
I'm on the committee, but I do declare an interest in the first item.
Yeah.
Item which I will speak as a local member.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Azad. Okay, the minutes of the meeting on Wednesday, the 9th of October, are we content that they're a true record?
Yes, content.
Okay. Okay, nobody opposed? Okay. I've already covered public participation. If anybody wants to speak now rather than at their scheduled slot, they may. Yeah. Are there any deferrals?
Thank you, Chair. There's one item that has been deferred from this morning's agenda, and it's item number 10, page 163, and it's application reference P FUL 2023-03855, and it's Kemp's Country House, Wareham Road, Eaststoke. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to take each application in turn, and for each application I invite the case officer to present their report and recommendations. After that, I invite members of the public, planning agents, applicants and town and parish councils who have registered to speak to address the committee. Please come to the small table at the front indicated before. Speak clearly into the microphone. You turn on by the right-hand side button. I will then open up, following the public participation section of every item, I'll ask officers if there are any salient points they wish to clarify. I'll then open up to members of the committee for questions, clarifications, and then debate. In order to run the meeting, may I request that members of the committee direct any remarks and questions through the chair, and I'll invite members to speak in turn. Proposals must be seconded before being debated or voted on. Any amendments proposed and seconded will be debated and voted on before the substantive motion, and if successful, we'll update the substantive motion. If you're following us on Teams, please keep the microphone there on mute. Use the desk microphone supplied and ensure you speak directly into it. State the name when you speak. At the end of the date, I will take a vote by show of hands and the voting details will be recorded in the minutes if 3 or more members make the necessary requests. Due to the technology, there may be a short gap whilst presentations are loaded, and case officers take their place to introduce the planning application. We'll take comfort breaks as and when needed, and I will now hand over to the case officer who will introduce the first planning application, which is agenda item 5, which is land east of Sanford Road and south of Pottery Lines, Sanford Road, Sanford, P-Full 2022-06012. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. This application is for a retail food store, specifically an assortment discount store, and the applicant is Lidl Great Britain. By way of updates, 2 slides. Apologies, there's quite a bit of text, but the applicant has emailed the head of service in which they've requested an extension of time to the 21st of January 2025 on the basis that the draft NPPF will be published before Christmas and changes in that may impact this application. I will discuss the draft NPPF later in my presentation, so members are more aware of this. In terms of section 9, constant T18, the applicant has advised that Natural England were actively assisting in providing translocation sites for the reptiles. Section 9, third-party concerns. In terms of the comments received, the applicant has asked us to set out the total received as 721, of which 543 are comments in support and 166 object and 12 are commenting. At the end of section 9, the objectors petition, which was noted in the officer report, the applicant has also asked us to reference the survey carried out by Lidl themselves in their consultation exercise, where they received 3,251 responses in support and only 729 objecting. Again, this is in their statement of community involvement that was available online. Paragraph 15.1 in the environmental implications benefits paragraph. It should also be noted that the proposed store may reduce vehicle mileage and therefore may reduce CO2 emissions. The applicant has also made a reference to policy I7 in an email to myself after my report was published. And this is in the permanent local plan, which is permissive of new community facilities and services outside of settlement boundaries, provided they meet the criteria in point 6 of the slide. And the applicant contends the proposed development is in accordance with policy I7. However, officers do not agree where the supporting text of the policy refers only to local and village shops and not large supermarkets. Hence, policy I7 is not referred to further in this presentation. Paragraph 16.68, it should be noted that the 8 potential sites are identified but are not considered suitable. Obviously, the keyword not was left out there. The 16.10.6 gives limited weight to the stated reduction in vehicle mileage and CO2 emissions, as it's difficult to quantify this. The applicant contends, based on firm data methodology and the answer have declared a climate emergency, the reductions in the mileage and CO2 emissions should be given more significant weight. Officers still believe that reduced CO2 emissions are difficult to quantify. The applicant only refers to mileage reduction. They don't refer to the increased emissions as a result of queuing and stop-start traffic, and which is highlighted in the air quality assessment that was submitted and the transport note that was submitted in January 24. So on this basis, we officers acknowledge the mileage reduction, but still would only afford this moderate weight instead of limited, because it is still difficult to quantify. In terms of paragraph 16.11.12, the distance to neighbouring properties and pottery lines should be 10 metres for the property from the nearest car parking, and the distance to the building is 38 to 63 metres. I've got a slide later confirming those distances. And then paragraph 16.17.4, the applicant has advised that they are willing to increase the compensation payment on site, for the loss of habitat on site to achieve a net gain, and officers are affording this now affording this moderate weight rather than limited weight. So I'll go through all the weighting at the end of my presentation, so it's clear as to what the weightings for the different considerations are. So in terms of location and context, this slide shows the application site in relation to the wider committee area. This slide shows the application site in relation to the settlement boundary of Sanford and Wareham, where it's allocated by the star. This slide shows the application site in relation to the wider area, showing the surrounding heathland and greenbelt. The application site is located outside the defined settlement boundary, but is adjacent to the boundary of Sanford, and it is located within the designated greenbelt area. Here we have the extent of the application site. It's approximately 1.25 hectares, located adjacent to the Sidley Pottery roundabout, and it is generally flat in nature and currently open grazing land. These images show the views up and down Sanford Road. And for the application site itself, this slide shows the views across the site. Again, it's open land with well-vegetated boundaries. The residential dwellings and pottery lines are located to the northeast, which can be seen in picture 2. And there are also dwellings to the southwest, which are not very visible from the site due to existing vegetation, which can be seen in picture 1. Again, the application site is outside the settlement boundary of Sanford and in the greenbelt. And in terms of the policy context, the new Purbeck local plan was adopted in July 2024. Policy B2 notes that only greenbelt boundaries to be amended are those around Mitcham, Travis and Upton, so they were not amended around the Sanford area. Policy EE3 sets the retail requirements for the local plan with 700 square metres to be provided on allocated sites, in addition to the 1,100 square metres already allocated within the Swanage local plan. And policy E3 also allows for out-of-town centre uses such as retail if there is an identified need, the sequential test has been passed, and the proposed development would not harm town and local centres. So in terms of the site history, there is a limited history for the application site, which only includes permission for a pony shelter that no longer exists and the pre-application advice that was sought in association with the application before members today. The proposed developments, this is a summary of the proposed developments. Again, a retail food store, total square metre just 2,269, the sales area 1,411. The building dimensions are shown on the screen, and we will have 112 parking spaces. And again, the new access point would be located off the Sidley Pottery roundabout. So this is the proposed site plan showing the food store and the associated parking. And these are proposed elevations, which are not untypical of a normal Lidl or discount type store, but it does propose a green roof and solar panels, as we can see on the southwest elevation along here. This slide shows the proposed access from the Sidley Pottery roundabout, and a new arm would be formed here. And moving on to local representations, again, there were 721 comments objecting to and supporting the proposed development. The comments are summarised in section 9 of the officer report, and full comments are available online. The topics of concern from the 166 objections received are set out in the slides. I'll just give members a moment to read those. And then the topics of support from the 543 comments of support are set out in this slide. In terms of the consultee responses, there were objections from ward members, the parish council and the Dorset Council Landscape Officer. There were no objections from the Dorset Council Lead Flood Authority, the Highways team, the Natural Environment team, the Environmental Protection team, WPA, who are contaminated land consultants, Natural England, and no objection from the Dorset Police Liaison Officer either. And also no objection from Dorset Council Conservation, Economic Development, Environmental Assessment and Minerals and Waste teams. There were comments from Dorset Council Policy, the right-of-way team and the building control team as set out in the slide. So from policy, need for a greenbelt assessment, from the right-of-way team, the requirement for the verge to be managed, and then from the building control team, the comments in relation to the required building regulations. There were no comments from the Dorset Council Urban Design team and the Environment Agency, Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Service, Historic England, Dorset Wildlife Trust and Public Health Dorset. So in terms of the officer assessment, the application is for full consent and the issues for consideration are set out on the slide. Also to note, the application was screened for an environmental impact assessment, and it was noted that the environmental impact assessment is not required for this application. In terms of the principle of development, again, policy E3 of the permanent local plan sets out the hierarchy for retail provision for the plan area, as mentioned previously, and it's set out again in this slide. In this case, the proposal is for retail development outside of the defined settlement boundary and is not in line with the permanent local plan hierarchy for retail provision. However, paragraph 12 of the NPPF states that local plan authorities may take decisions that depart from an up-to-date development plan, but only if material considerations in a particular case indicate it should. This is addressed again later in my presentation. In terms of the impact on the greenbelts, again, the application site lies within the designated greenbelts. The NPPF states the greenbelt serves 5 purposes as set out on the slide. Paragraph 154 of the NPPF states local plan authorities should treat new buildings as inappropriate developments in the greenbelt, subject to exceptions. This proposal would constitute inappropriate development in the greenbelt because it would not accord with the exceptions that are set out in the NPPF. It also would not accord with the greenbelt purpose to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, which is point C on the slide. So when considering harm to greenbelts, the strategic greenbelt assessment from December 2020 carried out for the local plan, which is shown as the slide, does need to be considered. As we can see on the slide, the site is circled in yellow and the contribution it is considered to make is moderate. The applicant suggests that this area of greenbelt does not significantly contribute to achieving the purposes as set out in the NPPF. The application in the site lands again makes a moderate contribution under purpose C, which is encroachment on greenbelts, and purpose D noted on the previous slide. I should note, not providing a strong contribution does not justify development in the greenbelt. Officers considered, despite it being a moderate contribution, that this should be protected to prevent further erosion of the greenbelt and further encroachment onto the countryside in this area, as I'll discuss later in the presentation. Also, as previously noted, policy V2 did not amend the greenbelt boundaries around Sandford in the new local plan adopted in July of 2024. So harm to the openness of the greenbelt may be considered in both spatial and visual terms. Factors such as visual impact of the proposal, its volume, and the degree of activity likely to be generated, such as traffic generation, etc., are all relevant considerations. As we can see in this slide, this is the application site here. At present, it is a 1.25 hectare site, which is undeveloped. The site forms part of an area of open grassland between pottery lines and some small-scale development to the southwest. The site helps provide more open character, providing a sense of leaving and entering the settlement of Sandford at this point of Sandford Road. And the open form of the site contributes towards the openness of the greenbelt in terms of its role and function in this area also. As seen on this slide, the proposed is a significant retail food store with associated parking spaces, landscaping and highway access, taking up pretty much all of the site. The built form, the car park and the associated paraphernalia, together with site activity during operating hours, will represent a marked change from the undeveloped nature of the site. It will have a permanent visual impact. The proposed development would therefore be in conflict with the purpose as set out in the NPPF, which seeks to prevent encroachment into the countryside. This impact should be afforded substantial weight in the planning balance, regardless of its performance in relation to the purpose of the green belts as required by national policy. Just to note, to limit both landscape and visual effects, a landscaping scheme has been submitted. While the proposed landscaping will help soften the visual impacts of the development within the street scene, it will not mitigate the visual and spatial impact of the development and associated works. And for these reasons, it is considered the proposed development would result in harm to the green belt. Just for context, this image shows the existing application site as you leave Sandford heading towards Wareham. And this image shows the proposed development, which highlights the visual and spatial impacts that I've just spoken about. As the proposed amounts to inappropriate development, very special circumstances need to be considered. A case for very special circumstances has been put forward by the applicant, which is set out in the slide. However, paragraph 153 of the NPPF notes that very special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the green belt is clearly outweighed by other considerations. Therefore, very special circumstances can only be considered once all the impacts of the proposal have been assessed, and I will refer back to this at the end of my presentation. Just to note, as mentioned in my update, the government is consulting on a revised NPPF. The proposed paragraph 152 of the draft NPPF states that commercial development should not be regarded as inappropriate where the development would utilise greybelt land. I've put the definition of greybelt land on the side for members' benefit. However, we have to note that the NPPF is in draft form and the publication date has not been advised, and it is therefore considered that the draft NPPF can only be given limited weight at this time. So moving on to the sustainability of the location. Again, the site is located outside the settlement boundary of Sandford, but it is surrounded by it. Sandford is considered a key service village, and this is villages with the highest level of services and population outside of towns, as set out in the Purgate local plan. The application site is within walking distance of Wareham, and the slide shows the walking distance from Wareham train station to the application site. The location of the site is technically not supported by the settlement hierarchy. However, the site is directly adjacent to Sandford with deliverable pedestrian and vehicular access. Further to this, the site lies approximately 1.2 miles from Wareham town centre, where there's a range of shops and facilities. Also to note, on Sandford Road, a bus service links Swanage and Poole, and this is a regular service that runs hourly, approximately 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So given the location of the site's existing transport links and road network, on balance, it is considered that the location would not warrant a reason for refusal on the basis that the location is unsustainable. Therefore, the location outside the settlement boundary is attributed only limited weight against the development. In terms of retail needs, the applicant has advanced the argument that the retail provision in the plan area is insufficient and has challenged the evidence base which underpins the retail policies in the private local plan. So in order to demonstrate the need for additional demand, the applicant has undertaken a household shopper survey covering the area as shown on the slide. The retail consultants, Lambert Smith Hampton, who are also available online should there be questions at the end of this presentation, was appointed by the council to review submitted information in relation to the retail need and retail impacts as a specialist area. The geographical area covered by the household shopper survey report included the village of Travis, but it is noted that that is only 3 miles from the Aldi in Upton. And the council's retail consultants advised that the survey catchment area was too broad and the report needed to be revisited. An amended survey report was provided, and it concludes that the existing retail provision is sufficient to meet the immediate the needs of the immediate Wareham, Sandford and Holton Heath area. However, when considering the needs of the wider area surrounding Wareham, Sandford, Holton Heath and Fair Regis, and some settlements further away such as Wool and Bovington, it is considered that the need outstrips the existing supply. Again, the perfect local plan allocates retail provision in Wool under policy EE3. The shopper survey report concludes that the new retail store in Wool, if built, would most likely focus on top-up shopping as opposed to a larger shop. And for this reason, it considers that the application proposal would not undermine the viability of the allocated retail if built. In relation to allocated retail in the Swanage local plan to date, the redevelopment of the site under policy TCR has not been delivered in the 7 years since it was allocated. While Swanage is in a separate retail catchment area to Wareham, the lack of delivery of the allocated retail site in Swanage is considered to give additional weight to the assertion that there is an unmet retail need within the perfect local plan area. The applicant has demonstrated that there is a significant unmet retail need within the plan area that would justify the development. This has been checked and verified with our independent retail consultants, Lambert Smith Hampton. And again, as noted under the principle of development, the proposal is contrary to the development plan and the settlement hierarchy set out in policy E3. But however, again, as previously mentioned, section 12 of the NPPF advises applications shall be determined in accordance with the development plan unless there's a material consideration that indicates otherwise. So the unmet need that has been identified here is a material consideration that indicates the provision of some form of additional food store retail development is required in the local plan area. However, when considering the retail need, while the unmet need is acknowledged, the wider context also needs to be assessed when considering the planning balance in relation to it being provided on the Greenbelt site. The unmet need identified is for the areas around and including Sandford, Wareham, Holton Heath, Berridges, Boddington and Wool. And as identified in the submitted shopper survey, existing retail facilities do exist. And we also have the allocations in the perfect local plan which are considered. But more specifically in relation to a assortment discounter store, there are facilities in the wider area as set out to this side. So obviously there's the Aldi in Upton, which is 4.6 miles away from the development site. The majority of the catchment area, which the proposed development would mainly serve, already have access to an existing or similar store, which is 3.1 to 5.7 miles away. The distances to the assortment discount store for other areas such as Berridges, Wool and Boddington are only improved by 1.5 to 4.5 miles if the application was to be approved. So while the importance of meeting an unmet retail need is acknowledged, the existing provision in the surrounding area and allocated retail provision in the perfect local plan is also considered when affording weight to the matter in Greenbelt terms. With this in mind, the matter of addressing an unmet retail need is attributed significant rather than substantial weight in favour of the development. And for clarity, the significant weighting is considered less than substantial weighting in this context. Again, I'll go through all the weighting at the end of the slide for each consideration so it's clear. In terms of the retail sequential test and the retail impact assessment, again, the application site is situated outside of the defined town centres and a retail sequential test was required. The sequential test was carried out for Wareham and it has been agreed there are no suitable sites. And further to this, the applicant extended the search to Wool and Boddington as requested by officers. It was requested by officers not for retail purposes, but for the potential out of Greenbelt sites to be investigated. And just to note, officers are aware that the sequential test for the out of Greenbelt sites wasn't extended to Berridges. However, this does not impact the officer's recommendation or reasons for refusal. The applicant has stated that the sequential test evidences that there are no other appropriate sites for the development of the supermarket, and the council's retail consultant supports that conclusion from a retail perspective. The council supports this from an out of Greenbelt sites perspective also. So as the matter of addressing an unmet retail need is attributed significant weight, it is considered appropriate the same weight is applied in favour of development where there are no alternative sites. Again, in terms of the retail impact assessment, that was also required. it was submitted as part of the application, and it concludes that the largest trade diversion is likely to arise from the Aldi store in Upton. The submitted retail impact assessment identifies Sainsbury's and Wareham town centre as being second most at risk, and this slide shows both stores and their proximity to the application site. Other stores impacted include Aldi in Weymouth, the Wareham Co-op store, Tesco Extra in Fleetsbridge and Poole, the Co-op in Swanage, the Lidl in Hatchponds Road in Poole, and the Asda at the West Quay Road in Poole. And the proposal will also have a degree of impact on other stores, most notably the Spar at the Kerry Road local centre. So paragraph 95 of the NPPF notes where an application fails to satisfy the sequential test or is likely to have a significant adverse impact on one or more of the considerations in paragraph 94, it should be refused. The consultant has considered the retail impact assessment provided by the applicants, and they conclude that the impact on the vitality and viability of Wareham Town Centre is likely to be adverse, but not significantly adverse based on overtrading of existing retail. Harms to Swanage and Kerry Road is considered to be to a lesser extent than Wareham. Again, policy EE3 notes that out-of-centre retail uses are only acceptable as development would not harm the vitality or viability of town and local centres. The level of harm is not actually specified. As the existing retail provision is overtrading, it is acknowledged some adverse impact can be absorbed and is therefore not considered harmful impact in the context of policy EE3. Further to this, again, the impact is not significantly adverse. And this being the case, the proposal is considered acceptable with regards to paragraph 95 of the NPPF. So as the retail impact is not significantly adverse, it is considered this issue is attributed limited weight as the development. In terms of the impact on the character of the area, the site currently consists of a open field used for grazing. It is within the heath and forest mosaic Dorset landscape character type, which is a patchwork of heath, forest and scrub, which forms part of the wider Poole Basin. As can be seen in this slide, this area of Stamford Road is characterised by small pockets of development and pockets of open land. There is a sense of openness to this part of Stamford created by these pockets and lower scale development. And the council's senior landscape architect has considered the landscape and visual impact assessment and concluded that the significance of the proposed development's landscape impact should be characterised as moderate to major. As part of the proposal, a number of trees will need to be felled, and these are lesser quality trees within the site, and the trees to the boundary itself, other than the access area, are generally retained. There are reservations about the relatively open frontage to the site, and this is difficult to mitigate due to a water easement that precludes significant planting as shown on this slide. There are also reservations about the proposed planting scheme. However, the applicant, in response to comments, has updated the landscaping scheme to include native flora. Within the car park, a degree of planting is proposed to visually soften the impact of the hard landscaping, and there is also a green roof proposed, as previously noted. The design of the store will reduce the visual impact to a degree. However, the site is currently undeveloped, and there would undoubtedly be a significant visual change to the site, particularly with the open frontage. And also the internal illumination and glazing will increase the building's prominence within the street scene. And the building itself will be set back from the road by up to 18 metres. However, the open frontage, hard landscaping and required parking do negate this setback somewhat. In terms of boundary treatments, the applicant proposes 2.1 closed board fencing around the application site except to the frontage. And this type of boundary is not favoured by officers, but would be negated somewhat by proposed landscaping. So just to summarise regarding the impact on the character of the area, this shows the site as existing from Morden Road. And this is the site as proposed. So as can be seen here, the visual impact concerns cannot be overcome by virtue of the development altering the character of the area. There is a gradation scale as you leave and enter the settlement of Stamford, where densities are lower and of a domestic scale on this side of Stamford Road. the addition of the proposed development adds an imposing scale of commercial nature to what is currently open character adjacent to smaller developments. The proposed would substantially erode the character of the area, completely filling in one of the characteristic pockets of openness and therefore conflicts with policy E12 of the permit plan. It's also considered the proposed would impact substantially on the Heath Forest mosaic Dorset landscape character type, therefore conflicting with paragraph 135 of the NPPF. So taking into consideration the adverse visual impact with limited opportunity for mitigation, the issue of the impact on the character of the area is attributed significant weight against the development. In terms of the impact on heritage assets, the site is situated adjacent to a Grade 2 listed lime kiln building, and it was designated in 1984, and it's located here on the slide. The surrounding timber-clad buildings associated with the kiln are part of the former pottery and are therefore considered as non-designated heritage assets. The proposed development will inevitably impact on the heritage assets. However, officers considered that this harm would be less than substantial harm, given that the modern sprawl of Sanford has significantly compromised the historic industrial setting of the site. The council's conservation officer has confirmed that, subject to a condition requiring information boards to explain the area's history, that they have no objection to the proposal. The public benefits of meeting the unmet retail need and providing information boards are considered public benefits which outweigh the heritage harm caused in this instance. To basically involve the issue of impact on heritage assets is attributed limited weight against development. In terms of highways and parking, the applicant has carried out formal pre-application inquiry with Council's highways team prior to the submission of the application. A transport analysis has been submitted and identifies that there will be some increased movements on the highway network. However, it is considered that these would not adversely impact the traditional weekday at AM and PM peaks. A highway impact assessment has been carried out to compare the current traffic levels to those either with or without the development. And the result of the assessment is that junctions in the surrounding area can satisfactorily accommodate any additional traffic generated by the proposal. The assessment identifies no issue with either network capacity or highway safety. And with the above in mind, the Council's Highway Authority is satisfied with the impact of the proposal will have on the highway network in accordance with paragraph 115 of the NPPF as shown on this slide. Again, the proposed access is via a new arm from the Sibley Pottery roundabout directly into the application side, and this is considered acceptable by the highways team. And in terms of parking provision, the proposal includes 112 parking spaces. The Dorset-wide car parking guidance recommends 111 parking spaces for this particular development, so it's considered there's sufficient parking provision. So with acceptable access, highways impact and parking, the issues of highways impact is therefore attributed limited weight against the development. So in terms of impact on local amenity, there are residential properties to the northeast of the application site and pottery lines. There's also residential property to the southwest, which is Egland Cottage. In addition, residential properties are present to the northwest of the site on the opposite side of Sanford Road. The properties on pottery lines would be the closest in terms of separation distances to the boundaries as shown on this slide. The car park will generate a degree of noise by virtue of parking vehicles, lorry deliveries, moving shopping trolleys, etc. Associated with this type of development. However, the 5-metre landscape boundary, which is located along all the edges, will alleviate to a degree some of the noise associated with development. However, if the application were to be approved, officers also consider it that it is appropriate that the boundary treatment provides a degree of acoustic screening and to mitigate further any potential noise. The owners of properties on pottery lines have raised concerns regarding the loss of the existing view. The distances between the store and the residential properties is considered to be sufficient to ensure an acceptable outlook. However, in planning terms, there is no right to a view, and the proposal is considered acceptable in this regard. And just referring back to the noise impact, there was noise impact assessment submitted, and this was reviewed by the Dorset Council Environmental Health Team, who have raised no objection to it. In terms of the impact on Egdon Cottage, to the southwest, there are no windows to this elevation. We also have the 5 metre buffer and the screening provided by the vegetation. So with limited openings also on this elevation, the impact on the property at Egdon Cottage is considered acceptable in planning terms. In terms of hours of opening, the proposed hours of opening are 7 to 10 Monday to Saturday, and bank holidays either 10 to 4 or 11 to 5 on bank holidays and Sundays, and this is in line with other similar supermarkets. The Environmental Health Officer has no objection to those opening hours, but does think it would be appropriate to condition deliveries to stricter hours of 8 AM to 10 PM Monday to Friday, 8 AM to 8 PM on Saturdays, and not at all on Sundays on bank holidays. And if the application were approved, all the opening and delivery hours would be conditioned. Just in terms of light spill, there's likely to be a degree of light spill from the car parking to neighbouring properties, and in order to protect their amenity and also in the interest of biodiversity, condition would be required to address this for a lighting scheme to be submitted and approved. In terms of air pollution, so the proposal is likely to have a degree of impact on the surrounding areas in relation to air pollution. An air quality assessment was submitted as part of the planning application. It is noted that levels are likely to be higher during peak traffic volumes than at present. Public Health Dorset was consulted on the proposals and have not raised any objections to the submitted information. Therefore, the application is considered to be acceptable with all the matters I've just spoken about in relation to neighbouring amenity. It's considered to be compliant with policy E12 of the Perfect Local Plan. And with this in mind, the issue of the impact on neighbouring amenity is therefore attributed limited weight against the development. In terms of drainage, the site is not situated within the proximity of any watercourses and is not adjacent to the coast, and therefore not at risk of coastal or fluvial flooding. The site is also not known to be at risk from surface water flooding. However, it is noted that the site may be at risk from groundwater flooding. So the Council's Lead Flood Authority has been consulted on the proposal and advised of the need for infiltration tests to be undertaken. These were carried out, and it was established that the groundwater levels at the site are at acceptable levels. And with this being the case, the Lead Flood Authority is satisfied that, subject to conditions, the proposed is acceptable in drainage terms. So with this in mind, the flood risk is therefore attributed no weight against the development. In terms of biodiversity, the applicant has undertaken biodiversity surveys and produced a biodiversity plan. The survey determined that there is suitable habitat for nesting birds and commuting or foraging bats, but no evidence of bat roosts were found on the site. And the biodiversity plan offers mitigation for the loss of habitats and measures to protect biodiversity. This includes restricted lighting measures, the 5 metre landscape buffer around the boundaries, and bat boxes and bird boxes to be placed on site. It is noted that the site features reptiles, and the applicant has reached an agreement with Natural England, as I mentioned in the update, to translocate the reptiles. And it should also be noted the proposal will result in some loss of semi-natural grassland, but a legal agreement is secured in order to require a compensation payment to address this point. So with that in mind, the impact on biodiversity is attributed, as I mentioned in the update, actually attributed moderate weight, where the applicant is willing to pay additional money to achieve a 10% net gain, although they're not required to do that for this specific application. So the application site is situated approximately 375 metres from the Poole Harbour Ramsar site. The policy E8 of the Perfect Local Plan does not prohibit commercial development within 400 metres of protected sites. Policy EE3 requires consideration on the impact of protected sites also. So during the EIA screening process, the council concluded that the proposal would not have an unacceptable impact on protected sites. Naturally, England have been consulted on the proposal and advised there is no in principle objection to the proposal. There is the potential for the car park to be used by people who are looking to access the protected site outside of trading hours. So in order to mitigate this, Natural England have recommended a condition is added requiring the restriction of car parking hours, and also officers considered would be appropriate to condition that a barrier is installed to prevent parking when the store is closed. And so with this in mind, the issue of the impact on protected sites is therefore attributed no weight against the development. So back to the very special circumstances. As noted previously, in order to be acceptable, the very special circumstances must clearly outweigh the harm that is considered to be caused by the proposed development. The applicant has identified a number of factors which he considers to constitute very special circumstances as set out in the slide, and the weight attributed to these and other benefits I'll set out in the next couple of slides. So in terms of the planning balance, the tables on this slide set out the planning considerations for and against the development and the weight that is being afforded to each consideration in the planning balance. And this is detailed in paragraph 1618 or section 1618 of the officer report. Just to be clear, in ascribing weight to the planning considerations in favour and against, the scale of none, limited, moderate, significant and substantial were used. So as noted in the update, the net gain provided and reduction in mileage in relation to CO2 emissions are upgraded from limited to moderate weighting, as highlighted in red, and also the net gain contribution. However, this does not impact the outcome of the planning balance that was set out in the officer report and in the next slides. I should also note, in each case, it will be for the decision maker to form a planning judgment as to whether the harm to the greenbelt is clearly outweighed by factors such as to justify the grant of permission for inappropriate development. Again, just to clarify in this context, again, I appreciate the weighting might be somewhat confusing, but substantial carries the most weight and significance is less than substantial. So just again to note, paragraph 153, the harm must clearly be outweighed by other considerations. So whilst there is a number of significant and less significant benefits, there is also substantial harm identified, that being the harm to the greenbelts. Officers consider this substantial harm and other harm identified is not clearly outweighed by the benefits. Therefore, in accordance with paragraph 153 of the NPPF, very special circumstances do not exist and the development results in appropriate development in the greenbelt should be refused. So therefore, my recommendation, the officer recommendation is therefore refusal, and the reasons for refusal are set out in the slide and in the officer report, and they relate to the impact on the greenbelt and the impact on the character of the area. I need to note, should members disagree with my recommendations and wish to approve the application, it will need to be referred to the Secretary of State as set out in the slide, given the square meterage and that the application site is within the greenbelt. So just for members to bear that in mind. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Naomi. That was a very exhaustive and detailed look at the application. So now I'm going to invite members of the public, followed by the applicant, parish and town council representative and local ward members. I'm going to start with 3 members of the public objecting, 2 members, and then the applicant in support. It's 3 of each. Got the parish town council representative and both local ward members. So we'll start off, please, with Duncan Chamberlain.
Are you able to hear me from here?
If you press the button on the microphone, which is the right-hand button,
I note this is about 10 metres, which will be the distance from my bedroom to the car park, as shown in the slides.
okay, you have 3 minutes from when you start talking.
Thank you.
Okay, and Vice Chairman will keep track of time. Give you a little 10-second warning. Okay, thank you.
Members of this committee, thank you for hearing my objections against this application. I'd like to acknowledge the substantial work from the Planning Office in preparing this. Speaking on behalf of my family and our neighbours, I'd like to make 3 points. First, I want to emphasise the harm this will cause to the landscape and character of our village. Second, I wish to describe the impact this will have on local residents and the amenity. And third, I wish to highlight the Council's own declared nature emergency. The report describes how this land provides a gap between settlements and a sense of openness at the southern end of Sandford. The heathland and forest dominate the scene. The report states the land does provide a sense of isolation that has otherwise been compromised through modern development. It gives a visual gateway to the Purbeck area of outstanding natural beauty and the Dorset national landscape. To reduce the openness, to harm the character of Sandford, to irreversibly lose this landscape would be irresponsible. The report states the scale of the proposed footprint is substantial. The proposal would have a harmful and urbanising effect on the natural environment, and this would be contrary to the policies in your Purbeck local plan and the MPPF. With regard to the green belt, which this land contributes to, I know this committee values the importance of protecting this. Last month, a charity asked this committee to approve a conversion of a farm into a small animal sanctuary on Greenbelt. Councillor Trite said, members should always be protective of the countryside and the Greenbelt. And Councillor Sowery House said, it is imperative to protect it. I wholeheartedly agree with these comments, and I expect this committee will show the same commitment here today. However, I disagree with the weighting given to the impact on neighbouring residents, which should be considered moderate. The harmful impact on the character and landscape will be irreversible and substantial. You cannot underestimate the impact this will have upon our village and our homes. The buffer with trees will not provide adequate acoustic or visual screening. I respect no one has a right to a view, but I must emphasise our right to privacy. My daughter's bedroom faces the site, enabling onlooking from any angle. The native trees will take time to grow. They will either be too thin to be effective or so thick that they will lead to overshadowing of our home. Again, contrary to your policies and goes against the district design guide. As shift workers, my wife and I are particularly concerned about the impact of noise from industrial units, delivery lorries, up to 3 or 4 times per day, and visiting shoppers. This development will inflict new noise, light and air pollution hazards on the local amenity. Please give careful consideration to the hours of business and delivery times. Finally, in brief, this council has declared a nature emergency just 4 months ago. It is so disappointing that this habitat for deer, birds, reptiles and bats can be destroyed for a compensation payment. Shouldn't this be given more than limited weighting if the council really are taking nature seriously? So in summary, this committee must refuse this application to protect our landscape and village from urban sprawl and substantial loss of character, as instructed by national and local policies. And this committee should give greater weight to the harmful impact on neighbouring residents and biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. And back on 3 minutes. Well done. Next speaker is Nick Hagan from Wareham Town Trust. And Nick, could I ask, perhaps you could explain just what Wareham Town Trust is before you start your remarks?
Sure. Can you all hear me? Yes. Wareham Town Trust is basically Wareham Civic Society. It has about 250 members. Yes. So I'm the chair and I'm speaking on behalf of the trust. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to speak to you basically about the retail impact. Planning decisions should be plan-led. The council has a brand new local plan and retail need is set out in it in policy 3. 1,100 square metres is to be provided in Swanage, and the other 700 square metres, 350 square metres each in Morton, Redbridge and Wool. None of it is required in Wareham or Sandford. Indeed, Sandford has recently had a new Astra Express at the central filling station and a new Budgeon at the new Halton Heath filling station, both reasonable sized local grocery stores. Wareham Sainsbury's is only 955 square metres. This new store will be 1,411 square metres of sales area, and nearly as much as the whole of the area required in the whole of Purbeck. So it's contrary to policy E3, this proposal. It would be out of centre. E3 states that such proposals will not be permitted where they would harm the vitality or viability of town or local centres. The appellant's own retail impact statement says that there will be a trade diversion to this Lidl of £2.6 million per annum, 18.5% of Wareham Sainsbury's trade, and £0.4 million per annum, 8.4% of Wareham Co-op. Those are very substantial numbers. It is noteworthy that the Co-op has submitted detailed professional objections to such a substantial loss of trade. As a professional planner, I consider it likely that the Co-op would be driven out of business, leaving the largest shop unit in Wareham Town Centre likely vacant for a long time, adversely impacting on the centre's vitality and viability, contrary to EE3, as well as to NPPF Chapter 7, which seeks to ensure the vitality of town centres. So in Section 4 of the Officer Report, where it states that the proposal is acceptable in terms of the need for retail provision and the impact on local centres, it is in reality unacceptable, and the application should consequently be refused for the following additional reason. There is no requirement for new retail convenience floor space of this magnitude in this location, and the proposed store would be likely to adversely impact vitality and viability of Wareham Town Centre, contrary to PLP policy E3 and Chapter 7 of the NPPF. In terms of the green belt balance, this significantly adds to the harm side of that balance, which should make such a refusal much easier to defend at appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public speaker as an objection is Robert Schofield. If you press the right hand button to light up the microphone, and 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. My name is Rob Schofield. I'm speaking in objection to this application. I'd first like to place on record a procedural issue. On several occasions, both Sandford residents and the parish council have written to Dorset Council, being the local highway authority, requesting information relating to traffic congestion and road safety. Unfortunately, these letters have either gone unanswered or the responses received have not provided sufficient detail to allow the respondents to make informed objections to this application. There are two main issues. Firstly, traffic congestion and impact upon the local economy. The Traffic Management Act of 2004 states that the local highway authority, hereafter the LHA, has a network management duty to secure the expeditious movement of traffic on its road network, including any action considered necessary to avoid, eliminate and reduce road congestion. The A351 through Sandford is recognised as a prime transport corridor in both the Purbeck Local Plan and the Local Transport Plan. It is critical to economic activity across the Isle of Purbeck. This is one of the busiest road corridors in Dorset and currently has an average daily traffic flow of over 20,000 traffic movements, 50% greater than the economic design capacity for a single carriage road of this type. It would therefore make sense for the LHA to have conducted a proper economic analysis of the impact of this development proposal on the 351 corridor. This would yield an annual incurred cost to the local economy resulting from any delays to be calculated. The LHA's response to the application suggests it's relied solely upon the developer's own traffic assessment and the use of Junction 9 simulation software. However, this software simply analyses junction capacity. There's no reference to the associated cost of traffic delays from this modelling. Secondly, road safety. The Road Traffic Act of 1988 states that the LHA has various duties relating to road safety, including when constructing new roads, it must take such measures as appear appropriate to reduce the possibilities of such accidents when roads come into use. The 351 through Sandford has a significant road safety casualty record. In the past year, several significant accidents have occurred near to the proposed development site and nearby, causing injuries and leading to severe gridlock in the entire area. The introduction of a fourth arm to the Sibley Pottery roundabout required for this site development will lead to more vehicle turning conflicts, particularly right turning movements, which will inevitably lead to traffic collisions. Additionally, there are currently inadequate facilities for vulnerable road users to cross the 351 to the supermarket. Additionally, the LHA response states that likely trip assignments were modelled using Junction 9 and no safety issues have been identified. This is a junction capacity analysis tool and is not considered to be a road safety analysis tool. The LHA states on completion the work will be subject to a road safety audit. But what happens if this?
Thank you, Robert.
No problem. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Sorry, I couldn't quite get it all in.
That's okay.
Oh, me. I'm not really showing up very well this morning, am I? Sorry.
That's all right. They get tricky. Thank you very much. Next public speaker is in support is David Stewart. Again, you have 3 minutes from when you start talking.
Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of local residents. In reality, there is an overwhelming support for the little store in Wareham. It's massive, and yet we're told by the planning committee that there's not enough reason to have a store. They say there is sufficient shops in the area. We have 4 major supermarkets, 2 in Swanage, 2 in Wareham. They're basically high street shops. Little or no parking facilities are available. Today's situation, people's lifestyles have changed. They need or they require a place where they can shop normally. The problem is the traffic through on the A351. Most people now, 55% of people in Purbeck drive out of the area to do their shopping. And they drive down the A351, majority of which go to Poole. Now that is approximately about 8,000 cars who drive down there to do their shopping per week. But it's not just one way, there's 8,000 coming back again, 16,000 trips just to do their shopping. Now that has a massive impact on the environment. It increases our carbon footprint horrendously. On top of that, this little store will now provide 40 well-paid local jobs in an area where employment is a desert in reality. We all know that the Purbecks is 40 well-paid local jobs is essential. So to me, it's a win-win. Little wins by having the shop. The residents win by being able to shop without travel. The resident Sanford wins because it has less traffic in both directions.
30 seconds.
And the council wins because it has this ability now to pass this and give people in the Purbeck a better lifestyle with no more travelling just to do their basic shopping. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next public speaker is Shirley Fletcher.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the many, many people in favour of the Lidl application for a supermarket. I have lived here all my life, born at Corfe Castle, lived in Wareham for over 56 years and had a very successful retail business in the town for 29 years. I have seen the structure of the town change. Also, the expansion of the town and surrounding areas with housing. And now, with the probability of 70 new buildings at Beer Regis, we are desperately in need of another supermarket. Many of the original reasons for refusal have been unfounded by the important organisations consulted, and all have no objections. Lidl have also altered and amended the plans to accommodate suggestions from the planning office, leaving only the question of the greenbelt land. Which has already been admitted, it is not of high value and only of moderate importance. This small piece of land is not surrounded by beautiful rolling hills and wonderful walks, but by housing estates and mismatched buildings. Therefore, I cannot see that it would impact on the character of an area that is already built up. With the present government considering the compulsory purchase of greenbelt land for housing, in all probability, this will be the case here if planning is refused, bringing more traffic and pollution to the area than the supermarket. We all feel very lucky to live here, but it is a very expensive area to live. In 2022-23, Dorset had the third highest council tax out of 347 councils across the country. We have above average house and rental prices, also lack of social housing, making it very difficult for young families to be able to afford to live here. Therefore, I am asking you to vote in favour of this application so that you please do not deny young families, pensioners and others the choice of being able to shop more competitively locally that this supermarket can offer without having to travel to Poole, especially now with a very high cost of living that is likely to increase over the coming months. Also, the opportunities that Lidl can bring to the area with much needed employment and, of course, the huge need for another supermarket. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now have James Mitchell, who is speaking for Lidl.
Morning, members of the committee. My name is James Mitchell. I'm the Regional Head of Property for Lidl. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you in support of our proposals this morning. There's no doubt that members face a difficult decision this morning. This is a finely balanced judgment, evidenced by the fact that our previous case officer confirmed verbally on a few occasions he was recommending approval of the scheme, whereas the current case officer has ultimately decided to refuse. Your judgment hangs on whether the accepted benefits of the scheme clearly outweigh any perceived harm by allowing development in the Greenbelt. The key benefits supporting Lidl's argument include the provision of a high-quality, affordable store, convenient for local residents, removing the need to travel further afield to satisfy basic shopping needs, provision of enhanced choice and competition, a reduction in vehicle mileage by over 1.5 million miles a year, saving over 400 tonnes of carbon. Lidl maintain that these substantial benefits constitute very special circumstances and do clearly outweigh any harm. It's accepted in the Council's Greenbelt review that the site contributes little to Greenbelt objectives, no doubt due to the fact that it's framed by development on three sides and screened by a mature tree belt to the rear, by no means open countryside, more a natural infill development site. I do hope members have visited the site such that they really understand the context and the setting. The public response to the scheme is unprecedented, with thousands of residents supporting the scheme and crying out for improved facilities. Over 4,000 residents responded to Lidl's consultation, with over 3,200 or 79% supporting the scheme. Interestingly, for those thousands that did respond, just 1.5% cited loss of greenbelt as a reason for their objection. On the public file, there are over 700 representations, with 75% of those in favour. I really hope members feel able to approve the scheme today. However, if members are not comfortable and are inclined to refuse, I would ask you to consider deferral. The underpinning policy on greenbelt development is provided by the NPPF, Members are aware that a new MPPF will shortly be published, which will relax controls on greenbelt development through the classification of sites as grey-belt. In Lidl's view, the application site will be classified as grey-belt due to the limited contribution it makes to greenbelt objectives. In those circumstances, I do believe your office's recommendation would likely be different. We understand the MPPF is likely to be published before Christmas. We've confirmed an extension of time to officers to the end of January, thus allowing the application to come back to committee in January should members choose to go that way. If the application is ultimately refused, Lidl will have no objection but to appeal, as well as making a new application as soon as the MPPF arrives. This does seem a bit of a waste of time, money and effort for all involved, including officers, with the alternative being just to wait a few weeks for a key change in determining policy. Thank you for listening. As I say, I really hope you feel comfortable to make a brave but important decision to improve this application. Such a decision would be embraced by the vast majority of residents who crave the important benefits that the scheme will deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next speaker is Parish and Town Council representative is Councillor John Williamson from Wareham St Martin's Parish Council. It's 3 minutes from when you start speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I'm John Williamson, Chairman of Wareham St Martin Parish Council, and I'm attending today to outline our continued objection to this application. These comments are to be taken alongside our original objection submitted previously. The original planning officer pre-application response on the 13th of the 7th of 2022 states, this proposal fails to accord with local and national planning policies. The proposal site forming part of the South East Dorset Greenbelt is subject to national policy contained within the National Planning Policy Framework. The NPPF outlines that inappropriate development should not be approved except in very special circumstances, and requires the council to regard the construction of new buildings in the Greenbelt as inappropriate, subject to exceptions. None of these categories the proposed food store fits into. The applicant will therefore need to demonstrate very special circumstances exist in line with the requirements of the NPPF. For these reasons, a planning application is likely to be refused, and I cannot encourage you to submit a planning application. I would like to reiterate this was the pre-application advice of the original planning officer. Lidl state that this greenbelt does not make a significant contribution, presumably to the natural environment, but in actual fact, its main purpose is to stop urban sprawl from the conurbation. If allowed, this development would set a precedent for building on Greenbelt around Poole Harbour, which is a Ramsar site, and destroy any protection to the globally important flora and fauna it is designed to protect. The other main objection is regarding the increased traffic on the A351, which is already heavily congested, and there are often long queues through Sanford and at the Sibley Pottery roundabout. Should this application be successful, it will only exacerbate an already unacceptable situation. On the 25th of July 2024 at 9:30 a.m, there was a half-mile queue on the Upton bypass waiting to get onto the 351. This is somewhat makes a mockery of the Highway Authority's assessment that the predicted increase of traffic trips can be satisfactorily accommodated. We note that the favourable responses posted on Dorset Council planning portal have come from people who live furthest away.
Thank you very much.
I didn't even hear the 30 seconds.
I did say it.
Yeah, we
Did
did.
say.
And this is from people who live in Bovington and Swanage. And those opposing the development live closest, as they are much aware.
Thank you very much.
Are you able to turn off the microphone, sir?
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
we've got two more.
No problem. Thank you.
We've got two more speakers on this. We have two local ward members, one of whom is a member of this committee, but is not sitting with this committee to deliberate this, and the other is not a member of this committee. But first of all, Councillor Beryl Azard, are you going to speak?
Could I request that Ryan Holloway, or Councillor Ryan Holloway, speaks first?
You may indeed. Okay, Brian.
Can everyone just hear me, just for clarity? Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. So yes, Councillor Ryan Holloway, one of the local ward members. Now, I addressed the committee today, obviously, to support the objection and obviously support the officer's recommendations, as I've already previously reiterated in my comments, Chairman, on this application, because I know this application has been a long time coming. I do support, obviously, the local parish's objections and their concerns. And as you've also heard today, Chairman, obviously, some members of the public here, like Mr. Schofield here, who has commented about the impacts of traffic. And that is a major concern, that is, Chairman, members of the committee, because as I'll try not to repeat as what members of the public have already said, but the traffic is obviously is a major concern along that road because it is a primary route. It's definitely in the summer months, it does get heavily congested. I would be really concerned, Chairman, that if this proposal is accepted, that it will bring additional traffic. There will be people from outside of the Purbeck area coming to visit this store. So the traffic, for me, is a major concern. Obviously, as you've also heard, the impact of the green belt as well. But really, Chairman, I think I would be more concerned that I think this would actually increase CO2 emissions along that road. The roundabout itself, Sibley Popley roundabout, is not a very large roundabout, so it'd have to be redesigned because it would have to further accommodate HGV vehicles because it's not a very large roundabout, so it's not normally used to obviously having HGV vehicles that would have to do obviously through, as I say, right-hand turns and left-hand turns along there because most of the heavy goods vehicle traffic would go straight across, Chairman, because that's obviously heading towards the primary route to Wareham. So that would be a major concern. I understand that obviously that the jobs that that obviously that the applicant has said that it would bring 40 new jobs. However, I do not think that would outweigh. 30 seconds. I do not think that would outweigh the other adverse impacts to the greenbelt and obviously the economic benefits. I do not think would outweigh the other concerns, as I said, particularly about traffic, increased CO2 emissions, the impact of the greenbelt, and I just think already we have a lot of traffic congestion on there. So I will leave it at that now, Chairman, and hand over to my co-councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holloway. Councillor Azard.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the committee for listening to me today. I'm here actually to object to this proposal and in line with the recommendation of the planning officer to refuse it. Certainly, who wouldn't want a little store close to them? But unfortunately, it's in the wrong place on the Greenbelt site, and it would spoil certainly the area of Sandford. It's such a small village, and also contrary to what the Lidl's application says, it will increase the traffic flow, not decrease it. So on the following things, I would like to add the consideration and thought for the material planning reasons for the little store to be refused. And it is no retail is needed. Retail surveys show that for Wareham, Sandford and Holton Heath, conducted by Purbeck District Council and Wareham Neighbourhood Plan, massive support locally for the store is understandable. However, Lidl has advised from the outset, a pre-planning meeting, which is already mentioned, that from the planning officers, that if an application was made using the Greenbelt site, it would be inappropriate. So the planning application would in all probability be refused. Yet Lidl went ahead with it, giving hope where there was none and little chance of success, wasting time, money and effort. Harm to the Greenbelt and openness nature of the site with lots of wildlife. It also will harm, and it falls outside the defined settlement boundary of Sandford. Also next to a special site of scientific interest near to Heathland. So we will lose that openness and also the very special area. We don't want every infill that we can possibly put in, which actually makes the village feel like it's part of Wareham and that sort of thing. And it's remarkably close, only 5.1 metres, and will overshadow the iconic listed 2 Sibley pottery chimney, spoiling the character of the area and the village of Sandford. The little store will be a blot on the landscape of Sandford on this Greenbelt site and will set a precedent to jeopardise other Greenbelt sites.
30 seconds.
Please support the planning officer's recommendation to refuse this application, and in addition, lack of provision of a safe, controlled pedestrian cycle crossing when stating saving massive CO2 emissions, stating less car use to visit the store. I question that. We need to promote more use of public buses, walking and cycling modes of transport to contribute to the Dorset Council commitment to the climate change emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ezard. So, going to go back to ask the officers if they have any comments or further explanations or clarifications to offer. So, back to the officers. Thank you, Naomi.
Yeah, just a few minor points. Thank you to all the speakers. Just Mr. Fagan's points regarding the retail impact. Again, the council have appointed a retail consultant who reviewed all the information. Christine Reeves is available online should members have questions about the retail impact assessments and the other retail assessments. So just to make members aware of that, and if they have specific questions. In terms of Mr. Stewart's comments of support in terms of 40 jobs, I just want to make it clear that's 5 full-time jobs and 35 part-time jobs, which is equivalent to 23 full-time. So members are aware of the actual jobs that will be provided for the scheme. Sorry, Mrs. Fletcher just made a few comments regarding the retail needs and the reasons for refusal. Again, as I presented, the retail need is acknowledged. However, it's that the benefits of the scheme don't clearly outweigh the impacts on the Greenbelt. And Mr. Mitchell's representing Lidl, just to clarify, he made the point that this piece of Greenbelt land makes little contribution. The assessment is that it makes moderate contribution, and this still does not justify development in the Greenbelt as set out in national policy. And that is it for myself.
Thank you, Naomi. We have other officer comments.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the public. I'm Susan Hetherington from the Highway Authority, and with me today is Alison Curtis, the Highway Development Team Leader. So as you've heard, the applicant has submitted a transport assessment in the support of the proposal. and that's detailing the transport and traffic impacts on the highway network. They've used industry standard tools to establish the predicted new trips that are likely to occur as a result of the proposal. Traffic survey data to highlight the traditional network peak hours. They've also looked at the school pickup times in the local area, the local industrial estate end of day peaks, together with Saturday peaks, which would be representative of Class A1 food stall. There's been comments about the junction modelling. They've also grossed up these likely trips and looked at the time when the development would open and a 5-year time period. So therefore, those junctions would then be modelled, demonstrating that they still operate safely and within capacity for all the trips. There's a very detailed analysis within the transport assessment with various appendices supporting that. As already alluded to in the planning officer's presentation, the proposal will require some changes to Sibley Quattree roundabout from a 3-arm to a 4-arm. And this is to enable the dedicated access road into the site with segregated footpaths. In addition, there will be an improved crossing facility across the A351, pedestrians and cyclists. That aligns with LTM 120, and that will also link in with the existing footway and cycle route facility northeast and northwest. Any new footway crossing points will have tactile palings for pedestrians, particularly with visual impairment. That will go along with the compliance of inclusive mobility. And all these changes, part of the 278 Works Highways Act, they have already been reviewed by the Highway Development Team, and they will continue to be design checked should the proposal materialise. In addition, just some points actually about the local area and other considerations. Dorset Council have carried out cycle path improvements adjacent to the North Moor, today influencing people's habits for the change the use of active travel. The applicant themselves, they're providing cycle storage within the site area. Additionally, national statistics indicate that since 2022, there has been a slight increase in the uptake of EV cars in the area, so that's within people's own homes. And this will continue to grow and assist with carbon reduction, Dorset Council's climate emergency strategy. There's EV charging points within public utility areas such as Wareham, one being on Wareham Town Council's land. And the applicant is providing EV points within their development. Additionally, the applicant is also introducing a travel plan, which aims to enable, promote, and encourage active travel choices for staff. This will be monitored with the Dorset Council Transport Planning Team. So there will be some additional movements on the highway network. You might agree that the A351 is a busy corridor at busy peak times. However, the proposal does not have a detrimental impact on the network. And an influential element is that people residing in Stanford who are already making journeys substantially further away will be able to have their journey shortened and their travelling time shortened, with an additional choice to use active travel or sustainable transport modes for lighter load food purchases. So on this basis, when the consideration is given to paragraphs 114, 115 of the NPPF, the Highway Authority would not be able to support refusal of the proposal and therefore have recommended a conditional approval of this application. We're happy to answer any further questions through your chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from officers? Annalee?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to respond to the point raised by Mr. Mitchell on behalf of Liddell and the request for a deferral. just to confirm that our officer advice would be not to defer this decision. The consultation on the National Planning Policy Framework, as you'll be aware, has wide-ranging implications and could potentially impact on a broad range of planning applications across the council area. And we don't consider it's appropriate to delay determination of applications pending the outcome of that consultation. So our recommendation would not be to defer.
Thank you. Any further officer responses? No. In that case, we'll open it up to members of the committee, and we'll start off with any questions and then move on from questions imperceptibly into debate, as generally happens. Councillor Brenton.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, Litchett, Travis and Upton area, so adjoining Stanford Wareham area. I would question. Mrs. Hetherington said that there was going to be a pedestrian crossing. Is it going to be south or north of the roundabout? Because there are already 2 pedestrian crossings north of the roundabout, and I have had a lot of comments from people from the Swicary Northmoor area that they could access this, but we don't particularly. They're the people who will need a safe crossing as they come up from the Northmoor sort of area. So where is this crossing going to be?
Me.
Can you identify on that slide, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Sorry, we're not able to bring up the plan. We've got the Google image there, though, I believe. So yeah, so there's already an existing crossing facility to the northeast, so just slightly north of the roundabout. So that will be upgraded to accommodate throughout TM120 cyclists and pedestrians being able to cross. I'm not saying like to be able to cycle across, they won't, they have to sort of hold their bike and cross. So that would be upgraded with tactile crossings north and south, and that will align with the pedestrian movements coming from the northeast and north and west, and the cycling with the cycleway that's coming in from Morgan Road. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on, Alex.
Can I come back on that? So when we have, if there were people who wanted to come up from the Northport area or the Northmoor State area or anything like that, they would have to go up the pavement all the way past the garage to the existing crossing, which will be upgraded. There will not be anything further south, because if they crossed to the east of the 351 down opposite the golf course, they haven't got a pavement all the way up. So what are we doing?
Thank you, Councillor, for clarifying. Yeah, so we're actually, the crossing is being provided right in the Sibley Pottery roundabout, not further afield.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, can I have one more?
You may.
It was mentioned that the Sibley Pottery roundabout can't accommodate HGV transport turning right round it. Well, as a resident further north, having seen how the HGV articulated lorries managed to get round Sibley Pottery roundabout in order to come up Wareham, come up Morden Road, I would have thought that was not so much of an issue. And also, in my memory, and I'm going back to ancient times, the Sibley roundabout was created so it was big enough to be able to bring the big long pipes down to go down to the Witch Farm oil field. they were huge vehicles managing it. So I think that's a bit of a red herring. Any comments?
Thank you, Alex. Anything further?
The only comment I would say is that sweat bath analysis has been conducted for the additional arm to go to the site, prove it actually can work, so it can enter and exit in forward gear without any adverse effects on the or detriment to the adjacent highway network. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Alex?
At the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Coombs.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Tony Coombs, Burwood Ward. Although I know the area in general, I'm not as knowledge as detailed as the local and almost local members have said. So it would be very helpful if officers could just demonstrate on that current overhead where those pedestrian crossings are with the pointer, just so I can really get my head around it, because I don't know the area well enough to say, oh yes, it's at that point.
So clear or something. Something like that. We can see the roundabout there. Yeah, yeah, that's my second. Yeah. That one?
That's probably going to be obviously we can't pivot. So through you, Chair. Yes, Councillor. So that's probably the best image that we can sort of show. That's coming from the north, so the North Morden Road, looking at the A351. So if you were at that junction, you'd be going right down to Wareham or left to go back up to Lakes Arms. So the crossing facility on Morden Road, so if you were to go to the left of that, that black car is, that's where the upgrade is going to be. That makes sense, Councillor.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand whether it was actually right on the roundabout or whether we were talking about ones further up the road. So thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Alex.
Thank you, Chair. Just another question. We talk a lot, or we have heard a lot about how it's being an open space and everything else, this field. You wouldn't happen to have a picture of this field when it's being used as a fun fair, would you? Because I think that would explain why a lot of people see it as a sort of redundant, derelict, barely used patch. And that when there is the fun fair and you have the traffic coming in and out, and this is for substantial periods of years, sometimes 2 or 3 times, 2 weeks, it doesn't necessarily ruin Sandford as you drive through. And so I just wondered, you haven't been down there recently?
I have been down there recently. I go down there almost every weekend, but I haven't got a picture of the fun fair, I'm afraid. But also that it's a temporary use on that site for just a certain period of the year. So yeah, it is temporary use.
Does that answer your question?
I thought it wouldn't be in the pack.
Okay. Councillor Trite.
Thank you, Chairman. Could I ask whether the consultation that was carried out among local people by the applicant include any of the following 3 things, if you would? First of all, did it include the rationale for a green belt, its purpose and benefits? Secondly, did it include the reasons why settlement boundaries are there in the first place and are respected? And finally, did it include any mention of potential effects of setting a precedent of breaching local plans, reducing the green belt here and ignoring the settlement boundary here. Were any of these three matters included for the beneficial information of local people who were consulted? Thank you.
They have submitted a statement of community involvement. If we could have a moment to double check, because they're quite specific points. So if we could have a moment to just check these questions, if that's okay.
Fine by me.
Okay, we do that. In the meantime, any further questions from members of the committee? Great rush. We'll wait a little bit, but in the meantime, do we want to? We can move into the debate phase. So, does anybody have any comments, thoughts to pass on regarding this development or proposal? Councillor Shell. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Shell. I from Venetha Ward, sorry. Can I ask when the traffic impact assessment was completed, because obviously there's significant summer versus winter traffic, was the whole of the year taken into account, or was it a specific period of the year, and therefore is there expected impacts at different times?
Thank you. You got any comments on that, please? We'll get an answer in a minute.
Morning, Councillor. There was a baseline survey carried out, and which was compliant with the survey timings. So we have the Department of Transport sets out when we need to take surveys and when developers need to take surveys to represent neutral periods of the year, and the developer has complied with those times. The more traffic that is on the network at any one time, the less impact that the development traffic will have, because it becomes a smaller percentage of the traffic that is already on the network.
Thank you. Does that answer your question or not quite?
Not quite, I'm afraid. Could I ask when it was?
It was end of March, beginning of April 2022.
Yeah. Okay, is that an answer?
Thank you, yeah.
Okay. Spencer Blower? Councillor Spencer?
Yeah, I don't have a question. Are you going into the debate now? Are you waiting for the outcome of the question that
I think we'll move into unless we've got an answer now.
Yeah.
We've got an answer, so we'll do that. And then
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the consultation carried out by Lidl is set out in the statement of community involvement submitted by the applicant, and relevant extracts are currently being shared on the screen. So you can see it sets out information about Lidl more generally, is seeking views on the proposal for a store in Sanford. And if we can just scroll down to the next page, information is set out in relation to the proposals in the grey box that you can see on the screen there, and then further scrolling the actual questions. Do you support the principle of a new modern Lidl food store at Sanford, Wareham, and do you have any comments about the proposal for that food store? So I think your question was in relation to reference to greenbelt and settlement boundary, and I don't believe those are referred to in that information.
Thank you very much. I think the answer to my question is no. Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Spencer Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Flower, Verwood Ward. I think that what we're asked to do this morning is make a judgment. And it's a difficult judgment, isn't it? And we've had a really good and comprehensive report from officers. We've heard from the applicant. We've heard from many people for and against the application. But it comes down to a judgment. And the judgment is, what is the level of harm to the greenbelt? Are there justifications to set that aside in the wider public interest? and I've heard a number of issues that I link to the wider public interest. And I think it's an unbalanced judgment. And I picked up a comment about the location not seen as unsustainable. Okay, good. It's not unsustainable. There is an impact on the green belt. The recognition in the Purbeck local plan. This is designated as green belt. If a man from Mars arrived and looked at it today, he might ask why? Because it's surrounded by housing, a little bit of green belt at the vegetation at the back, but nothing else. It's very much fits in a sort of not an urban setting, but certainly a substantial village setting in terms of the development around it. So I've heard, as I said, I've heard from those that are before and against the application this morning, and I've noted that this has been going on. This was submitted in September 22. 2 years this has been going on for, and I support the view that we shouldn't be deferring this today. We need to make a judgment one way or another, and I'm going to test the water. I'm going to move grant. I think there's enough. I think there's enough in here to justify an exception to the policy, and on that basis, I will move grant, and I'll test the water and see if anybody else supports me.
Thank you very much.
That was a proposal.
It was.
Thank you very much. One moment. That's a proposal. It will need a seconder. Councillor Sarah House, did you want to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Benton said, and Councillor Ezard, who wouldn't want a discount supermarket near them? I was brought up on the Isle of Purbeck. I spent 22 years living in Beereges. I was educated in Sandford and Wareham. I have a business in Wareham, and I know this site very, very well. In fact, when the last chimney of the Sibley pottery was demolished by the army, we were all allowed out of school to go and watch the demolition, and wondered if maybe they could stop off at the school on the way back. However, I do feel really conflicted about this. As we've heard from the report, it's outside of the settlement boundary. Those are there for a purpose. The Green Belt MPPF 153/2023 refers to the mosaic character, and actually we can see that with other green spaces and green corridors. And certainly in my community in Corfmullen, they become increasingly valuable as additional housing develops. The pre-application advice for this identified the challenges within the site, and so therefore the recommendation should not come as a surprise to the applicant. I agree there are not very special circumstances as negated by the Greenbelt. It doesn't meet the MPPF requirements, and with regards to a representation from a member of the public, I disagree that the area is a desert for employment. There's retail opportunities in Wareham and Sandford, and we have multiple thriving industrial estates with the Westminster, Romiley, Holton Heath and Sandford Lane. Although outside of the scoping for junctions here, a member of the public and has been mentioned in the numerous representations that I've received and members have received by email of people coming from Beereges. The two access roads, as I made the point to highways to this site, would involve turning right at Morden Park Corner, an already black spot, or turning right off of the A35 down the Beer Road. Neither of those I would like to see increased traffic and movements across the A35. Grey belt status of the site, as described by the applicant, is subjective, and I don't believe any of us can take a view on what that might be before the new MPPF is released. So that's an opinion, but I do understand why the applicant would wish to make that point. So on that basis and detailed knowledge of the site, I support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. We haven't had a seconder yet. Before we ask for seconders, and I know Alex is wanting to speak, and Councillor Flower, could you perhaps expand on your remarks so that people can understand them more clearly? Consider it might be very special circumstances or reasons to support the application.
One of the things that sways me is I have a look at the report. I get no objection from Dorset's Environment Assessment, no objection from Dorset Wildlife Trust, no objection from Natural England. Those are the sort of people that you would expect to underpin the council's position on sustaining its greenbelt against the potential for some development of this nature. And I'm not seeing any of that. And I pick up the point about, and we've got no objection from highways. That's quite substantial. There's no objection from highways. Yes, there will be some more movement, but I think there's a net benefit here in terms of those that come out of the area to shop in other parts of the surrounding area, because there's no substantial shop in the area we're talking about. So I think there's enough in there to pick up my point about the wider benefit to the community as a whole, rather than specifically around one small, well, not small, but one important but necessary aspect around the limited, in my view, a limited impact on the greenbelt. That's my reasoning.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding is then that you're right. This is a balance between the greenbelt and whether there are very special circumstances, all other things being equal, as it were. And so what we're looking at is very special circumstances you think outweigh the damage, and the opposite view being that they don't. Is that a summary? Yep. Sorry, legal have a view.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Phil Brown, the committee's legal advisor. So the policy requirement when you're looking at greenbelt is that where you've got inappropriate development in the greenbelt, very special circumstances will only exist if, in effect, the benefits of the scheme outweigh the harm to the greenbelt and all other harm. So you can only get over your greenbelt test. You're looking at effectively a presumption. You need to view it as a presumption against granting planning permission that can only be overcome if the very special circumstances outweigh the harm to the greenbelt and all other harm caused by the development. So I just want members to be clear about that test on very special circumstances. You don't need one, put it this way, knockout very special circumstance. A number of factors can come together to form very special circumstances. But I would point out that Natural England, in response to comments made by Councillor Flower, I wouldn't necessarily expect objections from Natural England and Dorset Wildlife Trust on a greenbelt site, because the purpose of greenbelt is not a nature conservation designation. So just to make that clear to members, but I did understand Councillor Flower's point to be on very special circumstances to be around the lack of retail provision in the area and the benefits to the community of this retail facility. So if that's my understanding of what you consider the very special circumstances are, that's what if I've underplayed those, then you must say and explain that that's what I've taken, and so I'd go back to members, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Phil for explaining my reasons, and I think very well, actually. One other one is the net benefit around the traffic movement, because we've had no objection from highways. There will be a net benefit in terms of reducing the number of journeys that people are making outside of the area to go to a substantial store to do their weekly shop. I think you need to take all that. That's another factor, in my view, that substantiates the justification for making an exception on this occasion.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a couple more people in the queue. The first one was Alex Brenton, and then Tony.
Thank you, Chair. As I say, I'm ward member for Litchett and Upton, who are whose boundaries reach down almost as far as Sandford, stops in the forest. And my particular interest is often on Morden Road, which has been mentioned a few times. And therefore, we're very aware of the traffic issues in the area. As in, you can often pull out of Morden Road, well, try to pull out of Morden Road at 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning and find the traffic is gridlocked in both directions. That happens now. But a lot of that traffic, if you follow it down, if you come out of Wareham, a lot of that traffic is funneling in over the railway. And it's not all holiday makers. Saturday morning, they're all off to Poole. If they didn't have to go to Poole for an Aldi or a Lidl, perhaps they might do their shopping and go home, and there wouldn't be so much traffic there. So I think we have balanced both sides. So there's traffic movements. I think it'll change, but it would even out. You'll get some coming up, some going down. We also have people who are travelling from, it's not just Wool, but it's Wool, East Stoke, Stowborough, all those other villages who certainly don't go to Swanage for their shopping. They come north, and therefore they're using the 351. So I think we will get a reduction of that sort of traffic if they only get as far as Sandford and go back, which may ease the situation at the Baker's Arms roundabout. The other side of that, of course, is they will not be travelling so many miles, and they will not be burning so much fuel and putting so much CO2 or even NO2 into the atmosphere. So there could, theoretically, be an actual improvement in air quality going up through Sandford. We don't know. Everything at the moment is a bit up in the air. We don't know what the NPPF is going to say about Greenbelt. So talking about Greenbelt, that's the field which is Greenbelt. When you look at those slides, just turn to my page, but there's several aerial views and Google Maps showing the settlement boundary. And we all agree, if you look at that's fine, but when you put the settlement boundary on top of that, basically it was drawn around what was already there, because you've got the heath on the outside. You've got a couple of chunks, the other side of Morden Road, or the other side of the 351, the Morden side, those are all new houses. That is not green fields. It's not as though this little field with the star on is, closely related to them. I know this patch very well. I know what it's used for. None of the pictures that you showed any stock in there. It is not used as an agricultural field, really. Most of the year, it is idle, apart from when it hosts the fun fair. It would, if this proposal goes ahead, yes, it will change the view as you come out of the forest and look across that roundabout. That's a bit sad. But at the moment, it's a bit of a sad field anyway. And we also have the issue of, so that my point is that the green belt area, that little field, is not desperately significant. There's other bits that are much more significant we should be safeguarding. And actually, if you coloured that bit in where the star is, you just get a slightly more definite shape to Sandford. It certainly, as a green belt situation, does not act as the demarcation between Sandford and Wareham. You still have to go down the dip over the bit that always floods and then up the other side. You've got the golf course there. There is demarcation between the two settlements. So it doesn't particularly serve that purpose either. So it's not agricultural. It's not particularly good for wildlife. It's just sitting there. And I'm sorry, if we don't have facilities there, we will have people continually from Sandford driving up and down in different directions to do their shopping. So long as it is well connected with a bus route and pavements that you can cycle on, it classes, in my mind, as a sustainable position. Not ideal. Why isn't it ideal? Because there's very few other places which the landowners or the town trusts or the planners will allow to use as that sort of facility. There was a massive meeting in Wareham to decide whether or not to have a supermarket on the outskirts of Wareham in the old middle school site. That was knocked down. You've lost your chance. we can't be putting it on a floodplain. So I would, even though personally, I don't particularly like the look of it, they have made a lot of effort with green roofs and such like. Personally, I think on balance, because of the lack of other places, the need to cut down on the transport, the not desperately green belt bit of listing of this green belt, that I think the balance goes in favour. So I second this motion.
Thank you, Alex. So we've had a proposal that's been made and seconded. I've still got Councillor Coombs waiting to speak, so we'll listen to Tony, and then if nobody else wants to speak, we'll move to the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's already been said that this application is finely balanced, and I look at the sustainability issues and the economic benefit to the area, and I come down on the side of supporting the application. But I would like to make a few comments. The ward I represent, Verwood, has in the last 3 or 4 years had our own Lidl, and again there was a lot of resistance but overwhelming public support for it, but it hasn't been without its issues. So as we look to determine this application, I think we need to look carefully at the conditions because they've not been mentioned at the moment. So I hope that the proposal seconder will support these. Obviously, we will need the standard conditions, including the submitted plans that we would normally put on the grant of a planning application. And there's been talk of the travel plan, highway conditions, the upgraded pedestrian crossing. The report also mentions sill, so there would definitely need to be a condition about sill payments. We've got section 278 for highway improvements. We've talked about native species and landscaping. We've talked about a car parking barrier for out of hours. Now, whether that's a physical up-down barrier or bollards that move up and down that we've granted in other budget supermarkets, that's down for those that deal with that to decide. But there are 2 other issues that have come across my bow as a result of having the store locally. Although we are an urban area, the store is within 400 metres of SSSI, so it's a very constrained site. Next to it on one side, very, very close to the car parking area, is a grade 2 listed thatched cottage. On the other side, there are bungalows which are within 5 metres of the store, where Lidl have installed the remote access secure lockers, where you just go in and you press a code and the door opens and you pick up your package. Sadly, at a land level that is 2 metre lower than the adjacent bungalow, adjacent to the resident's bedroom window, is causing a lot of issues, and that's been taken up by planning enforcement. So looking at those sorts of issues, can I ask, because that's something that wasn't done in the Verwood application, that the fencing that's being put up around the site, that we have full details of its acoustic properties to make sure it is full acoustic fencing. And that if it'll want to install something like the remote lockers, that should be subject to a separate application so we can ensure for the benefit of the residents that it's sited in the most appropriate place. That's all I've got in my mind about conditions, but if anyone comes up with anything else, I'm more than happy to listen to it, and I hope the proposal seconder will take those on. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I've got Councillor Andy Skeets next. Just on those conditions, yes, one of the things that we need to get down before we take the vote is what conditions we would apply to this. And I'm hoping that Councillor Flower and Brenton can possibly add to what Councillor Coombs has said, if the vote goes that way, or if we take a vote on those. Councillor Skeets.
Councillor Andy Skeets, West Wolverton, Three-Legged Cross. We've all spent a considerable amount of time going through the data that the officers have given us. We've also listened to some quite strong arguments for and against. So it is I think, as the officers has explained, it's
one that could go either way, but if we could have that slide on the NPPF that you had, we have to determine that there is a significant reason to accept this to outpays the NPPF, and I haven't heard them yet. So I'm with Duncan. I support the officer's recommendation at this point, and I can't support the either of the amendments. But if you could convince me that the proposal clearly outweighs inappropriateness of the loss of the green belt, then I might change my mind. But so far I haven't heard that evidence.
Thank you, Councillor Skates. We've had a proposal, been seconded. We need to identify what conditions we might apply should that vote carry. There was a slide, I think, that officer showed earlier that listed what may be considered very special circumstances if the balance fell that way. So perhaps in answer to Councillor Skates, it might be worth seeing the list that was up earlier. Yeah. Right.
Just to advise, this is the very special circumstances put forward by the applicant, not by officers.
No, sorry, but it was a slide that you showed.
Yes,
That's
yes, no, just to clarify, they're the applicants.
Yeah. So those are the very special circumstances which the applicants put forward. As Councillor Flower said earlier, it's the judgment, it's a balance. So before we move on, can we move on to just getting a list of what conditions would apply to a vote to approve?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm content to take on board what Councillor Coombs has said. I think they're very sensible points he's made, particularly around the acoustics, because I know we've had that issue in Verwood. So, yeah, very much support that. But I still say that I think there's sufficient in what's now being proposed by myself and supported by my colleague to my right here to justify those exceptional circumstances. Greenbelt is very important. Many of you have heard me talk about the importance of Greenbelt year in and year out. But on occasions, if you're not in, these things come to committee because we have to make a judgment. We're being asked to make a judgment. I've made that judgment and I've justified, in my judgment, I've justified exceptional circumstances to set aside a small part of our Greenbelt for the wider benefit of the community of the area.
Thank you very much. Officers, do we have a list of conditions that we can use should the vote go?
I can give some headlines for a list of conditions rather than the full detail of the conditions.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. Legal.
Thank you, Chair. So just normally for members, I don't want to put pressure on the case officer, but it sounds like that she might have a list of headline conditions that you could consider. Normal process, well, the usual process, which is of course subject to your view, and particularly the proposal and seconder, is that you look at those headlines. As proposer and seconder, you would confirm that you were happy that those are the conditions that you would want to see added to any development, and then you would part of your proposal would be to delegate the precise wording to officers, and if you wished, in consultation with the chair and vice chair, and then that would deal with that. Of course, it's your proposal and recommendation. So if there are any conditions that you don't think are appropriate or that you wish to see added from Shinkin's headline list, then it's for you to say, once you both confirm that you're both happy with those the set of conditions, then we could move to a vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, Councillor Flower, are you able to?
Yeah, very briefly, Chairman. I'm quite content to delegate the responsibility of the detail around the conditions to our professional officers. What I've done this morning is put out the principle of why I think this is a justifiable exception to the Greenbelt policy, subject to the reasons I've given. So I'm quite content to allow the officers to deal with that in consultation with yourself and your Vice Chairman if necessary.
Okay.
Sorry, it was just a reminder that if the committee is minded to approve the application, we will need to refer it to the Secretary of State. Sorry, just to make that procedural point.
Yeah, it's de minimis anyway.
So would we have a headline conditions?
Yes, I can give you some headline conditions. I did write a list of the things Councillor Coombs mentioned. I think I've got them all covered, but obviously if there's anything that's missing that can be pointed out. Just to a point on the delivery lockers, I believe there's permitted development. I need to double check that, but if that is the case, we could remove permitted development rights to address that issue. So in terms of some headline conditions, obviously the commencement within 3 years from the date of the permission, list of approved plans. We need a prior to commencement condition for the tree protection and tree works. The construct traffic management plan prior to commencement. Again, prior to commencement, the compliance with the reptile mitigation strategy for the translocation of reptiles. Then surface water management condition for pre-commencement as well. Pre-commencement, above damp-proof course level for soft landscaping plans and hard landscaping plans. Then the boundary details, including the boundary fencing, acoustic fencing, would also be a condition. Landscaping details for the substation, because there's going to be a substation located to the north, so that would be required before groundworks are completed. Before the development is occupied, the pedestrian crossing would need to be provided, so that would be a granting condition in line with the highways requirements. A travel plan would also need to be submitted and approved by the local planning authority prior to occupation. Mentioned hard and soft landscaping.
Lights.
I'll get there. Just a long list. Prior to noise attenuation, so I mentioned that in terms of the boundary fencing and acoustic requirements there. The barrier for the car park, and also the hours in terms of how long people can park there to protect the heathland. The information boards to be provided for the heritage assets and adjacent. We need a waste collection plan in terms of servicing and collection of waste, so that would need to be approved. We also need a lighting condition for the lighting scheme in terms of impact on neighbours and impact on biodiversity, so that would need to be submitted and approved. Then we need a condition for the opening hours, condition for delivery hours, condition to make sure the biodiversity plan was implemented, and we also need contaminated land conditions just in case any is found. Then we would finally condition the use and the size of the sales area to ensure that it would only be your discount type store, because that's what's been assessed. And then a condition removing permitted development rights, so we couldn't have storage lockers just fitted without planning application. And the point on sill, that's not a condition, we just put an informative on there to advise the applicant that sill is required. Yes, and we'd also put informative about the legal agreement, because there's a legal agreement to secure the biodiversity compensation payment. And just to advise again that Little are willing to increase that payment for the 10% net gain. So I don't know if members want to make a. Yes. So the recommendation would be approval subject to the completion of that legal agreement securing the biodiversity payment, including the 10% net gain. I think that might be everything. Okay, I believe highways have some conditions they would like to also like to add, so I'm happy. Yeah, Susan, you take over.
Right through you, Chair. Yeah, so following our recommendation and conditional approval, we'd like to see the vehicle access construction. As you said, you needed to the Grampian, which would be the Grampian addition, which would include the new arm going in there, for making it 4 arm, plus the upgrade to the pedestrian crossing. We have those details. We also have the manoeuvring parking loading area condition. Parking. Yep. I just wondered, in terms of 7 gates, when you pulled it over, but that could be exchanged for the vehicle barrier if you feel that was appropriate.
For you, Chair, the vehicle barrier is required, so.
Yeah, so that would be a condition as well. Fencing to setback. Sorry, but meet the tests. But we would have to have the construction traffic management plan, and the travel plan. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a number of conditions that have been discussed. I'd like, if possible, to get them read out so that the committee understand what they all are. That conversation was a little quiet, perhaps. So if we could just take a list of those conditions and what the...
Top.
Say again?
From the top. Or...
Yes. From the top, Kim, yes.
Okay, so I was making some notes while you were listing them. So you've got the commencement condition, the plans condition, tree protection, construction management plan, translocation of reptiles, surface water, landscaping, boundary details to diffuse acoustic, substation, Grampian pedestrian crossing, travel plan, noise attenuation, barrier for the car park, information boards, waste collection plan, lighting condition, opening hours and delivery hours, biodiversity mitigation plans, contamination condition, condition restricting use, condition restricting size of the sales area, restriction on permitted development rights if they can have those collection points. And then the highways ones were vehicle access construction and a Grampian to include the new arm, upgrade to pedestrian crossing, manoeuvring, parking and loading condition, cycle parking, no gates and a vehicle barrier to set back 20 metres. And then that's all subject to the applicants first completing the Section 106 agreement to secure biodiversity net gain and a biodiversity payment. Hope I haven't missed anything. I don't think I have.
Okay, so first question, do the proposer and seconder, are they happy with those conditions?
Yes.
And with the proviso that fine detail might be added later, as discussed earlier. So you're happy with that? So we've got a proposal, we've got a seconder. If this passes, it will go to the Secretary of State, I understand. However, can I take a vote? All those in favour of the proposal to grant, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 5. I think that's 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. In which case it's my casting vote. I think that's correct, isn't it, Josh? That's 5-5. I think And I agree with Councillor Flower that the benefits outweigh the harm to the greenbelt, and I would vote in favour of approval. Yes. So I think that's then approved. People 2022-06012.
Right.
Thanks. Okay, I think that wraps that up. It's now 12:25. I think we'll take a break between now and 5 to 1. But we'll move on. We are starting the second half of this meeting. Before we start, we started at 10. We have a 3-hour session. It's now just gone 1 o'clock. So I need to ask for an extension of time if councillors are prepared to vote for that.
Yeah.
Anyone against? No, thank you. So we move on to, no, not that one.
6. This here.
89 Woolsbridge Road, yeah. So we're moving on to a variation of condition PVOC 2024-04064 89 Woolsbridge Road, Ashley Heath. And we're going to have a presentation from Ellie Lee. And then, as usual, we'll throw it open to the public to speak if they need to. We have one public speaker there, who is Matthew Holmes. And then we'll all the usual questions and debate. So, Ellie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, good afternoon, members. This proposal before you today is for a variation of condition, including condition 1 of the original planning permission, which was granted at appeal by the planning inspectorate on the 25th of August 2023. The changes include amendments to the windows, doors and internal layouts of plots 1, 2, 3 and 4. And then for plots 3 and 4, the roof is proposed to be enlarged to accommodate first floor habitable accommodation comprising of a bedroom and a bathroom for each of these units. Prior to the submission of this application, a non-material amendment application was granted to change the description of the original planning permission. So the site is in the residential area of Ashley Heath. And it is on the western side of Woolsbridge Road at number 89. To the rear of the site is the glade where there are residential properties, and there is an existing detached dwelling on the site. It's within a large plot. Woolsbridge Road comprises of a mix of bungalows, chalet bungalows, and some 2-storey properties. The parish council has concerns within their objection that the proposal is an example of planning creep, with the developer pushing the planning system to the edge, and that the changes are major, so they should not be considered via this type of application. 3 objections have also been received from third parties. However, case law confirms that proposals do not have to be minor in order to be considered under the Section 73 variation of conditions application, such as this application. So the principle of 4 dwellings on this site was found to be acceptable at appeal, and it is in accordance with local policy KS2. So the allowed appeal proposal is shown at the top of this slide, and the proposed site plan under consideration is below. The footprints of the new dwellings at plots 1 to 4 are unchanged from the footprints which were allowed at appeal. So there's no change to separation distances with neighbours. So within this application, the internal layout of plot 1 has been rearranged and a new window has been added to serve a bathroom. No harm arises from these changes. There is a similar situation in plot 2 with 1 additional window added and a slightly repositioned window. The main changes in the application are for plots 3 and 4, where 3-bedroom bungalows will be changed to 4-bedroom chalet bungalows with first floor accommodation. So this slide shows the external changes to plots 3 and 4. So the allowed appeal at the top and the proposed changes at the bottom. The dotted pink lines show the modest changes to the roof form. with a slight increase in volume. The front dormers serve each bedroom at block 3 and 4, and the rear roof light serve each of the bathrooms. In the side elevations, north and south, the many windows have been replaced with less windows. So back to the Parish Council's objection, the Parish Council considers that the proposal would result in overdevelopment of the site, that the changes would have a negative impact on the character of the area, and that the scheme is contrary to local design policy HE2 and policies within the National Planning Policy Framework. These concerns are also shared by third-party objectors who have raised concern about harm to neighbouring amenity in terms of overlooking and privacy. At the appeal, the inspector concluded that the proposed development of 2 chalet bungalows at the front and 2 bungalows at the rear would not harm the character and appearance of the area, and also concluded that the scheme accords with local policy LM2 and HE2, and also paragraph 130 of the NPPF. Within the appeal decision, conditions removing permitted development rights for roof enlargements under Class B, and also a restriction of additional windows, were imposed at the request of the council so that additional extensions could be controlled. The proposal under consideration before you today would not increase density of development, although it's noted that there is the introduction of first floor habitable accommodation at plots 3 and 4. It is judged necessary to impose a condition to ensure that the rear roof lights are high level, with a minimum sill level of 1.4 metres to mitigate harm to neighbouring amenity. The roof pitch of plots 3 and 4 is proposed to be increased, but the existing main ridge height is retained by incorporating a flat roof element. So overall, very limited change to the roof form of the building will arise from this scheme. So the Parish Council have also raised concerns about the proposal having inaccessible parking and that there is no visitor parking provided. Third-party objections have also set out that the changes would mean that there'll be an increase in traffic and on-road parking. And concerns have also been raised over highway safety. The proposal provides minimum parking provision as recommended in the Dorset residential parking standards. And the lack of on-site visitor parking is not judged to justify refusal, since there is on-street parking available. The council's highways officer has no objection to the application, and the scheme is judged to accord with local policies KS11 and KS12. So the parish has also objected to the application in terms of the risk of surface water flooding within the glade to the rear of the site and Woolsbridge Road. And the parish council considers that soakways are not sufficient to manage the additional surface water runoff. Flood risk was not considered at the appeal to be a material consideration, but since the appeal, the council's strategic flood risk assessment has been published. So flooding is now a material consideration. The strategic flood risk assessment identifies that the site is susceptible to high groundwater levels, and beyond the application site, there is some low risk of surface water flooding. So in this case, and notwithstanding the fallback position from the extant approval granted appeal, officers consider it necessary to impose a pre-commencement condition to secure appropriate surface water drainage management details. And that would mean that the scheme accords with local policy ME6. So other matters were raised in the objections received, and the officer assessment is covered in the officer report at paragraphs 15.34 to 15.37. So subject to conditions in the officer report, the proposed variation of conditions of the original planning permission is recommended for approval, subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellie. We have public speaker on this, who is the applicant or agent, is Mr. Matthew Holmes. You have 3 minutes from when you start speaking. Use the right hand button on the microphone to wake it up. And the Vice Chairman will tell you when your 30 seconds are.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Members, this application seeks permission for the amendment of an existing planning permission for the construction of 4 homes on the site. We are pleased that the recommendation before you is one of approval. The application involves the substitution of amended plans to revise the 2 bungalows to chalet bungalows to add first floor bedroom and bathroom to each property. Other minor changes are proposed to all buildings. The architect was very careful when designing the scheme to ensure that the proposals would continue to respond positively to the character of the area and would maintain the character of the already consented scheme. The overall design style is unchanged and no material changes are proposed to the landscaping on the site, which continues to be provided in front and rear gardens. The officer's report concludes that the changes proposed to the dwellings as approved are modest and that the changes to plots 3 and 4 would maintain their appearance as of single-storey dwellings, albeit with accommodation within the roof spaces. In terms of neighbour impact, the proposals do not alter the separation distances with neighbouring dwellings. The new first floor bedrooms in plots 3 and 4 face forwards and therefore do not overlook the neighbouring properties to the rear, whilst the bathroom windows are high-level roof lights and therefore do not give rise to overlooking either. The change to the overall massing of the building is very limited, and with all these factors combined, we conclude that the amenities of the neighbouring properties will be preserved. The officer's report includes suggested conditions removing permitted development rights for future roof alterations to the buildings, and the applicant has no objection to those. Accordingly, the proposals will continue to read as a well-designed housing development appropriate to the site context and on a site that has already been deemed appropriate for new homes. I therefore commend the proposals to you and would ask that you grant planning permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. Mrs. wish to respond to anything? Yep. In which case, we'll move to questions from the committee. Councillor Gorringe.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Barry Gorringe, St Leonard's Ward, which this application is in. The previous application, which was 2022033992, which was refused by the council and went to appeal. I have to say that I was against it at that time. I'm slightly changed my mind now. It's noted by me that the footprint hasn't changed. The height of the properties hasn't changed either. My only concerns would be, bear in mind that we have 3 waste bins plus the glass boxes, and there's 4 properties. That means to say we're talking about 12 waste bins plus 4 boxes. I have a little bit concerned about where they're going to keep them on site, and when on Tuesdays they come to empty the bins, where are they all going to go? So I'd like that question answered, please.
Thanks, Ellie. Can I, before we do that, am I correct? This development has permission. So the bins not included within the extant permission, as I understand it.
That might be a question then. Was it approved in the previous permission?
Thanks.
Thank you. The number of houses haven't changed, so the bin situation point changed from the appeal that was allowed. It didn't include bin storage as part of the condition.
It did or it didn't?
It did not. It did not.
Did not.
Okay. Yeah, fine.
Can I just ask one question first? The this is a variation of condition. Condition was put on by the inspectorate, and that condition was that you should be making changes in the roof space. Paraphrase that, but is that correct? So do we know what's prompted this requirement for a change against the planning inspector's condition?
If I might respond to that, Councillor Tick. When planning permission was when planning permission was granted at appeal, there was a request by the council that a condition was imposed to remove permitted development rights in order to retain control over future development. Was concerned that permitted development rights allow quite a lot of development these days, and that could then be harmful to neighbouring amenity. And the inspector agreed that it was justified for a condition to be imposed. So the variation of condition has been required because that condition was imposed, and it just means that then your officers, and in this case yourselves, have the opportunity to consider whether the revisions are acceptable.
Okay, so can we just hear what the actual condition that's being proposed to be varied actually is? Have we got that on screen so we can just see the detail?
So the condition to be varied is the plans condition, because it listed the approved plans which showed bungalow development.
There was some text in the appeal where the inspector.
So it's not proposed to amend the condition which removes permitted development rights. That would remain. The only thing that changes is the condition 2, which lists the approved plans, and the addition of the condition for the drainage.
Okay, I thought there was something in the inspector's report that said specifically about the roof spaces when I read the appeal.
Come back to you, Chair. So in the appeal, the proposal at the time was for 2 bungalows at the rear. So the inspector determined to impose a condition that prevented that roof space being used as habitable accommodation without a further planning application, which is now before you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Furrick.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Plurk, Porthmont. I don't have a problem with this application. We see a lot of these type of additional housing being put in large gardens in Corfmullen. My question, not pertaining to this necessarily, but were none of these, the original application had no garages or garden stores included in the plans at all?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
There were no garages.
That's a good question. Thank you. Can I just, Duncan Surrey House, Corfmullen Ward, could I just ask a question of the officer on slide 11? This is just for my understanding. Should be a picture. Yeah, there you go. We're bottom left, existing entrance, and then it says proposed new entrance. But when you look at the plan above, it seems to be more splayed. So is it a new entrance, or is it a widening of the existing entrance to
the share? Oh, just coming back. So it is a wider entrance that's been repositioned more centrally.
Yeah. So through your chair, so that would appear to be a sufficient space then for bins on bin day to come out in that splay, because that's an additional width to that which is there already. So if people wanted to bring bins out and not cause an obstruction, they could put them against there, I would suggest.
Can I just step in at this point? We're discussing the variation of condition rather than bin stores.
I was just talking to one of the things that was raised.
Yeah, no, you're right, it was, but I don't think that's something that we're...
I was just seeking clarity.
You want to make any comment on that?
Probably nothing to say.
No.
We don't have any comments really. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do we have anybody else? Councillor Prenton.
Just clarification, right? I'm sure it will say it's not part of this decision notice, but they've increased the sleeping arrangements in these bungalows, put an extra bedroom basically in upstairs. They're 4-bedroom bungalows, but they've only got 2 parking spaces each. And there doesn't appear to be on the plan much of a room to turn round or put an extra bit of parking there, or a friend or a boyfriend or a grown-up child. Is that normal that we don't think about the planning of cars?
So the officers might respond to that. Now, Dorset Council does have certain provisions for number of bedrooms, number of cars. So I'm sure that's all.
Thank you, Chair. The proposals do meet the minimum recommended parking standards as in the council standards, and the highways officer has also raised no objection to the scheme. And in my presentation earlier, there is on-street parking available, so as well to accommodate additional cars for perhaps visitors. So the lack of on-site parking for visitors wouldn't justify refusal of the application.
Okay, thank you. What's the rule of thumb in terms of bedrooms and parking spaces? That Dorset Council has a policy on, is that right?
We have a calculator that we can put the numbers in and it spits out the answer, but roughly it's 2 spaces for a 3 or 4 bedroom house.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments to start the debate or thoughts? Councillor Sally House.
Thank you. Councillor Sally House, Corfmullen. With the condition for drainage that was spoken about, I'm content with this application. I think it's not very complicated one at all. I think these material changes don't affect the principle which has already been resolved by appeal. So I would move that with the condition for drainage that we accept the officer recommendation to approve.
That's a proposal, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to speak? On 3 hands, I'll take them in turn. Tony was first. Just
seconded, Chairman.
Okay. Any particular? Do you want to say anything about it, or just second it?
I'm wondering why it's here, but there we go.
Anybody else? No? Thank you. In that case, we've got a proposal which is to accept the officer recommendation. We've got to say it's been seconded. If there's nothing else, then we'll move to the vote. All those in favour of granting planning permission? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we'll take that as grant. So PVOC 2024-04-064-89 Woolsbridge Road, Ashley Heath, is variation of conditions is approved. Okay, we can move on to the next one, which is P full 2022-01319 land to the rear of 12 West Street, Wareham. We have no public speakers for this, and it will be presented by James Brightman. James, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. But this is an application for the removal of existing shed and carport and the construction of a single-storey dwelling with 2 on-site parking spaces. 5 objections have been received, together with an objection from Wareham Town Council. The objections and material considerations are set out in the officer report. The application site is in the centre of Wareham. The site is behind 12 West Street, which fronts West Street, and 1A and 1 and 3 Mill Lane, and to the west of the Red Line Hotel and the Cross. Access to the site is from Mill Lane through the buildings at front Mill Lane. This is a gated access. More recent aerial photograph at the bottom right there shows the current unauthorised garage building on the site that would be removed. This slide shows the adjacent listed buildings to the shaded orange, which are heritage assets. The site can't be viewed from West Street or Mill Lane when the access doors are closed, as buildings adjacent to it on all sides. Photograph 1 top left is showing the rear of 12 West Street. That has 3 ground floor openings in the rear, and they face the site with the first floor door window above. These all serve commercial premises with no residential use, and the occupants of these premises have no right of access to the site unless in the event of a fire. Access, you can see here, is under through the gap onto Mill Street here. The proposed dwelling has an L-shaped footprint and is to be sited immediately adjacent to the site's northwest and southwest boundaries, part adjacent to the courtyard serving 1 and 3 Mill Lane. The floor plan has been amended to accurately reflect the number of openings in the rear of 12 West Street, as can be seen here. This is revision B on the floor plan. The dwelling is intended to be a courtyard apartment with only a small area of outside amenity space adjacent to its entrance. Front door here. Parking spaces and small garden or small area are shown here. Small area outside the amenity area there, and 2 parking spaces. Dwellings have a fully hipped roof with 3-metre high eaves and a 5-metre ridge at its highest part, and 2.4-metre eaves and 4.3-metre eaves elsewhere. We'll have a plain tiled roof, timber cladding and brick walls, timber windows and UPVC guttering, black. The design would minimise impact on the occupants of adjacent dwellings, given the roof would pitch away from the side boundaries. And the eaves height is not significantly greater than the existing boundary walls. No harmful overshadowing or impact on outlook would result from neighbouring properties. There is no new means of enclosure proposed within the site to separate the site, with only a short section of curved wall in this area here, no curved wall. And this line here is brick sets, it's not a wall, it's a brick margin, and that would separate the parking area from the amenity area for the new dwelling. Proposal would not have an adverse impact on the adjacent listed buildings. Council's conservation officer has raised no objection. Subject to the conditions in the officer's report, the proposed development is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As I say, we have no public speakers, so I'll open it up to the committee for questions and move into debate. Anybody got a question? Councillor Ezard.
I am the local Dorset Council member, but I haven't made any decision on this at all or spoken to anyone about it. But noticing that the Wareham Town Council has put in several objections because of the access to the site is very limited, and actually manoeuvring to get in and out would mean you couldn't directly go in or out, because like as it was shown, it's got an archway sort of effect, and it couldn't be widened. And so to get your car in and out, you have to do a manoeuvring situation every time. So that is a worry. There was also overlooking they're worried about as well, with the other area and building in the back. And they do consider that actually it's excessive infill in that area, and also for other buildings around, it doesn't give them any breathing space and they're overlooked. So that's the worry from the town council. So is there any way that there is anything can be done about the parking or the actual entrance, or how the parking is arranged? Has that been looked into at all? Thank you.
Thank you. And before you answer that, James, I would add to that if I can. What about fire brigade and ambulance access? Has that been looked at? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In terms of the parking, the usability of it, it is already used as a parking area by 12 West Street. There is room to turn at the moment. We've had no objection from our highways officer, and I agree there will be some manoeuvring involved to turn a car and manoeuvre to go out in a forward gear, but that's not considered sufficient to warrant a recommendation of refusal from officers. In terms of the building regs comment, there are other means of, highways say fire brigade will physically not be able to get through this access, that is clear. The bartender, they can service a fire if there's a sufficient length of hosing from their tender. And from memory, I think that's 45 metres. And there are also alternative measures of preventing fire, such as sprinklers, automatic sprinklers in dwellings. So those are the options available to the developer. Ambulance, again, there's no physical access for an ambulance through that aperture, but they would have to park in Mill Lane and walk through the opening.
Thanks, James. Councillor Brenton.
Just a query, really. This seems a very small building in a very cramped space. What is the width of that? You've got the width of the sort of access and the viewing, but what is the width of the actual bedroom or the dining room or whatever it is? They look sort of only designed for people of restricted stature. And there was no opportunity to I wonder if it would have been better to have a one bedroom, but of a reasonable size. Is this suitable accommodation for people, or is it this like putting in a beach hut? We're supposed to be safeguarding people's health and well-being by providing, well-designed houses and such like. If they're too small and too cramped, and there's no windows on the back wall at all, so you've only got light from one side and it's already in a courtyard, are we actually allowing unsuitable buildings? Planning issue.
Through you, Chair. Policy. Firstly, the last point you made, Councillor, about the light. There's a roof light over this part of the back of the property here, so it would shed light into this communal area here, this living area. In terms of the size, look at the measurements here. This sort of width would be around about 5 metres. So it's quite a decent depth, and presumably about 8 metres this way. If you look at that scale bar there, that's about 8 metres. 8 by 5 is quite a good sized living area. Bedrooms, again, they're not big by any account, but they're usable. I don't think they're too small and wouldn't result in cramped living conditions. It is more of an apartment at ground floor level than a house. That's a key point in the courtyard. Provides a small, more affordable dwelling in Wareham, which is close to facilities and services.
Thanks, James. Councillor Surrey House.
Over to Surrey House, Porthmullen. Ward, through you, Chair, if we can ask James, we spoke about the courtyard area with the tree in it. I have to say I agree with Councillor Brenton that this would, were the property reduced to a 1-bedroom, I think it would be more meaningful for affordable housing. I think whilst it has 2 bedrooms, it's always going to have a premium. Could you explain to the committee, James, about the right of access across that open space from 12 and 12A West Street? Because I think that impacts on the quality and good design and the quality of the amenity for the property and residents.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I can. I've clarified with the agent that the openings at ground floor level onto this site from 12 West Street are only used, they can only be used lawfully under fire. There's a fire in the building. There's a covenant and they're not allowed to use that area normally. But at the moment, they do it under a friendly agreement. But when the development happens, that will probably change. So there is control. There are retail units with tenancies that tie up, but they can't use that unless there's fire. The tree you mentioned earlier, it's an indicative tree, really. Whether it even be there, it's not a matter, probably not. But it's just an area of outside space. It's not just for that dwelling, because what 12 West Street do at the moment is they do put their bins at the back there. And there's an area just here, like labelled bin storage area, where they would put their bins and put them outside on collection day. That would be shared by the dwelling.
Thanks.
Thank you, James. Anyone else got any questions or comments, or indeed a proposal? Councillor Scott Foraker.
Scott Foraker, Corfmont, as you just said. So in order for number 12 to put their bins out, they have to go through that proposed house's garden to store their bins?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I think they would do, but the point the architects made to me is it's an apartment rather than a standard house with a garden. So that little area where the bins are isn't the garden of that particular dwelling. And because it's more of a flat and they're not going to be sitting out in the same way as occupants of a standard house, for instance. But you are correct that there would be some through the people putting the bins out, but at the moment.
So can I just come back on that for a minute? The house has got benefit of a small shady area where you can sit in the sun under a tree. And the suggestion seems to be people won't use it for that. I probably would.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. I think, having spoken to the architect, the main area for sitting out, if they were to do so, is this area just right next to the front of the dwelling. Whereas this area is just part of the courtyard for 12 West Street. And the conservation officer was concerned during the application there should be no walls or demarcation to separate that out for the impact on the character. Because there once was a building here that's since been demolished that was an outbuilding to number 12. So to prevent any demarcation of boundaries for garden areas, we've accepted this plan that doesn't have any. So that if you are going to sit out, you would sit out just in this area. But this area here is only shared with 12 West Street in terms of putting the bins out, but there's no access by staff through there, no permitted access to stand out there and have a break or whatever they do, because the access to the front, there is a flat above 12 West Street, and the access again, that's at the front of the building onto West Street. So no, they don't come around the back. From what I'm told.
Okay, thank you, James. I guess rules are not always stuck to by everybody, but that's it. Any further questions or thoughts or comments? No? Do we have a proposal? Alex Brenton?
Thank you, Letitia Upton, Alex Brenton. Despite my misgivings about the sort of rather restricted little area, I propose to accept the officer's recommendation and pass the application.
Okay. Is there anyone willing to second that? Councillor Morgan, you're seconding. Do you want to speak?
No. He's done that before.
You do wish to say that you second it?
Yes.
Okay, that's for the, what do they say on the TV? For the benefit of the tape. So we've got a proposal that's been seconded. No further hands waving urgently. So let's go to the vote, and all those in favour of this application, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those against? 1. Any abstentions? 1. So we have land to the rear of 12 West Street, P4 2022 1319 is approved. Thank you all. We did have 1 or 2 councillors who were going to leave early, but I think we're all right at the moment.
Yeah.
So if we move on to 7 Westborough, Wimborne Minster, there's 2 applications for this. One is listed building consent, the other is full application. And I think we're essentially dealing with them together. So this is Ellie again. Yeah. I said we've got some councillors who had to leave because they're early. Councillor Barry Gorringe has just left, as Anna Hobbs-Child did earlier. And I think we may be losing 1 or 2 more in half an hour or so. However, until then, we'll press on. We've got listed building consent and a full application for 7 Westborough. We'll essentially take 1 presentation to cover the 2, I think. So, Ellie, over to you.
Okay, thank you. During the application process, the description has been amended to reflect the changes to the plans. So, as set out in the officer report, permission has already been granted for a change of use of the ground floor from a bank to a retail unit. Recently, development has commenced without full compliance with conditions, but officers are in discussion with the applicant to remedy the breaches of planning control, and these have no bearing on the application before you today. So the application site is in the main urban area of Wimborne Minster. Above the ground floor premises at 7 Westborough are 3 residential flats. The site is also within the Wimborne Minster town centre boundary and the primary shopping area. And there is an existing car park for the commercial premises to the rear of the site. There is a restaurant business to the south of the site, and to the north of the site there are more restaurants and bars. The application site is also within the Wimborne Minster conservation area, and the building under consideration, the building at 7 Westborough, is a Grade 2 listed building. The public right of way beyond the north of the site and also to the rear is shown in pink on this slide. So the existing site plan at the top of this slide shows the previous parking layout and bin store. And then below, the proposed site plan is shown with the new opening in the northern boundary wall, reconfiguration of bin storage, a new cycle store, ramped and gated customer access from the car park, and an amended car parking layout. So this is it a little bit larger. So these proposed changes are shown more clearly on this enlarged version of the proposed site plan. In this case, the principle of development is acceptable as it is within the Wimborne town centre area. So the changes as shown on the proposed elevation drawings at the bottom of the slide are in orange here, and the scheme has been amended throughout the process in response to comments from the Conservation Officer and also to objections received. The changes include demolition and relocation of parts of the walls across the site, an amended parking layout for the retail use, and as I've mentioned, the gated and ramped customer access. So, in terms of value of the Grade 2 listed building, the front facade contributes to the character of the area and the conservation area, and the former bank building makes a positive contribution to the street scene. And and that will be retained. This slide shows some photographs of Seven Westborough within the street scene and its surroundings. To provide some further context, this slide shows some additional photos of the side of the site and also to the rear of the site. Changes, so as I mentioned on the previous slide, changes are proposed to the rear car park, but with the same number of parking spaces as previously existing. There are also changes to the boundary walls, but the walls to each side of the car park are understood to be of a more modern construction. The proposed boundary treatment is therefore considered to be acceptable, subject to conditions, requiring the submission of details. A cycle store has also been added into the scheme. So, in its context, the works are not considered to result in harm to heritage assets, including the listed building, conservation area, and any other nearby listed buildings. So, concerns have been raised in the objections received from the Town Council and third parties in relation to the scheme, resulting in disruption to local residents and disturbance from the use of the revised parking area and accesses. The changes to the parking area are modest, and the commercial use other than a bank has already been approved. A condition requiring soft closing gates is judged necessary and reasonable. And during the construction phase, a construction management plan is also necessary to mitigate impacts on residential amenity. Concerns have also been raised about the size of the bin storage area for the residents. This will be separated from the bin storage area to the retail unit. So the size of the residential bin storage area is sufficient to accommodate the bins for the residential unit, although it is recognised that manoeuvring space is limited. Residents will continue to move their bins for collection. A cycle store was shown in the approved plans for the 2013 permission for the creation of the flat, but the approval did not include a condition to require its provision. As there's now a greater emphasis within the National Planning Policy Framework to provide healthy places, it is considered reasonable to secure a covered cycle store with details to be submitted to the local planning authority and agreed. So that's in this area that I'm pointing to on the slide. So in summary, with this section, subject to condition, the scheme accords with local policy HE2 and saved policy DEF2 in terms of neighbouring amenity, in particular noise disturbance. The Town Council has objected over their concerns with the increase in traffic generated and congestion in Redcott's Lane, as Redcott's Lane is one way. The Dorset Council's Highways Officer considers that the scheme doesn't present a material harm to the transport network or to highway safety, and conclude that there's no objection subject to a condition securing turning, manoeuvring and parking. So the scheme accords with local policy KS11 and KS12, subject to condition. Other matters have also been raised within the objections and third-party comments received, including rights of way, delivery access, contaminated land, fire safety, waste disposal and land ownership. The officer assessment for these matters is provided at paragraphs 15.25 to 15.38 of the officer report for the planning application, and the relevant informative notes have been added. In respect of concerns about access in the event of a fire, currently it is understood that occupants anticipate congregating in the car park at the rear of the site. This option is removed by the proposal, but this image provided by the agent via email identifies the existing passage towards Westborough, and that it would provide an appropriate escape route in the event of a fire. So, in summary of the planning application, the proposal is recommended for approval subject to conditions. I'll now pause to let members consider the application.
Thank you, Eric. We have a public speaker for the full application, who is the applicant or agent Simon Booth.
Just before my time starts, thanks you for staying later to deal with this after your first project.
Yeah, you know the way it works.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Dear committee, thank you for agreeing to stay longer today. Our small family business has invested to revive this empty old NatWest Bank, left closed for over 3 years. We have signed an agreement with a high-end retailer to bring a well-known brand back to Wimborne Street and the surrounding clients. The small wall to the opening to provide access for deliveries to the palletised products only, no vehicles. We have agreed this with the British Legion and no objection from them has been raised. As for moving the wall to the rear of the building, this is merely to provide the same amount of car parking due to regulation on the size of car parking, and also to provide disability parking for one space. The amount of spaces the NatWest used has in previous is then will be no different as there's no additional parking, therefore no additional traffic through Redcott's Lane. We will also be using this existing brickwork, which will then be put back in the new location. This conserves the character of the Redcott's car park and NatWest car park. Sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. Reference the fire escape from the flats above. This will actually be improved because they won't only just have access to the front of the building, the new opening won't be closed off to the British Legion side, so that will actually give them two options and improve their means of escape. No gates, no railings. That's about it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. So, do we have any questions? Councillor Morgan, is that a wag of a finger?
Yeah, I'm used to wagging fingers. Yes, Councillor Morgan, Wimborne, Councillor for Wimborne, capital of East Dorset. When I had notification of this application, I think one concern was the historic wall. So knowing Wimborne as I do, I rushed around to see said historic wall to find that it's a brick wall. It might have been built while I was still living in the town. So I don't know where that puts me. But I did inquire about what was happening to it, and I gather it's that back wall which is going to be removed nearer to the building, so that some ramps can be placed in. The question was who owned the wall. I'm sure that it's the developer now who owns the wall, said he nodding his head. The fire evacuation, that was a concern, that's been covered. The bin store, there was that's now been altered, so residents and the neighbouring restaurant next door, I think they have the bin store as well. That's been sorted out, and the famous stone pier, which appeared in that lovely coloured photograph, that has to be retained. The only queries I had was that the residents of the flats above, according to information, had not been consulted about it, and not the British Legion, but I think now that has been covered. From what I hear 2 minutes ago, British Legion now are aware of what is happening. And I also understand that the new wall is to be in keeping with the heritage assets from our conservation officer, who is very keen on this. I think I read that she will, the conservation arm says that there were no harm to listed buildings or to its setting. So I see no reason. Coming back to the car parks, there's always been two car parks at the back. I mean, one was for the NatWest, and the other was for the restaurant next door. And so the car park now behind the NatWest seems to be commandeered by NCP. So to get to the car park behind the restaurant, which has now changed its name, it's now Rosemary, people will come into the NCP car park and have to go through the other car park, which is free, to park behind. The noise issue also interested me. I mean, Redcott's Lane is not a lane that one would rush up. It's about as wide as your car. And there's always been traffic going up and down there because you've got a block of flats, you've got Westfield House. And so there's always been traffic going up there, and there would be coming into the car park for the NatWest. So and Wimborne in the middle tends to be noisy anyway, having lived off West Street for some months. So I couldn't see that being an issue. So in my opinion, I agree with the officer that this should be, granted.
Excuse me. Is that a proposal?
If you would like to take it as that way, yes.
Seconded.
And I've just had a whisper in my ears. Does anybody want to second it?
Yes. Yes, Councillor Sari House, Corflonnan, I second this and wish this to go to a vote.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments, questions, concerns, queries? Councillor Ezard.
Are we voting on both of these? 7.5 and 7.6?
I would take advice from legal on that, but I think we should probably take the two separate votes. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. I think we need to take two separate votes because they're two separate applications. But essentially, I would not expect there to be a huge difference in the way people want to vote on this. There may be, I don't know. I don't expect it. Thank you. So, other than that, are we ready for a vote? Anyone want to say anything else before we do? Okay, so on the first one, which is the full application, are we prepared to take a vote on that? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And any against? Any abstentions? No, so that's carried. And the next one is the listed building consent 2024-02976. Now, I think, again, I might need a separate proposer for this.
Vice Chairman.
Seconded. So can we, all those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 again. So that's 9-4. No abstentions, no objection. No. Okay, so that's carried as well. So PLBC 2024-02976 Westborough, 7 Westborough is carried. Approved. All right. We're getting on quite well. We have one more item remaining. Well, there's 2 items remaining.
One item remaining.
Agenda item 10 has been deferred. It's people 2023-03855 Kent Country House in Wareham. That's deferred. So we'll move straight on to agenda item 11, which is P HOU 2024-02924 Dunroman, Woodlands Drive, Coal Hill. Can we keep the background noise down a little bit, please?
Just to start, just to advise councillors.
Councillor Spencer Flower and Councillor Tony Coombs are both councillors, and Councillor Andy Skeets. So we're dropping like flies. So I'll check. What we've got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 6 is 4, is it? Yeah. So, given that we will still be quorum with 7 of us, we'll continue with the final item, which is agenda item 11, Dunroman, Woodlands Drive, Coal Hill, presented by James Earthstead. James.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, just to say, in terms of the ward members on this one, the current ward members are actually Jay Atwood and A. Todd and Will Chapelwater. The previous ones were mentioned on the run.
Yes.
We'll see.
Through the chair, can I just give you some additional information there, James? Will Chukwueze. It's actually Avon and Stourvale. It's just Jindy Atwell and Councillor Todd are ward members for this application.
Thank you. The proposal is for alterations to the single-storey dwelling at the site to add a single-storey extension to the west elevation where the mobile home is currently attached, together with internal alterations to the building to form extra accommodation. 4 objections have been received, together with objections from Ferndown Town Council and Holt Parish Council. Objections and material considerations are set out in the officer report. The application site is in Uddens Drive to the west of West Walls, north of the A31 Ferndown bypass. The site is to the southwest of Clayford Farm and north of Ferndown Forest. It is next to Uddens Water, which is and immediately to the west of Clayford House, an area of high risk from surface water and river flooding, and also in the greenbelt. The existing dwelling benefits from lawful development certificates in 2022, and it comprises a timber walled structure with a corrugated sheet roof that has a mobile home attached to the west side. The proposed extension would be on the west elevation and replace the mobile home. It has a monopitch roof, and that would rise above the existing monopitch roof. Extension would have timber walls with a shingle tile roof. The highest part of the roof of the extension would rise above the existing roof of the dwelling by 600 millimetres. The extension is in keeping with the building will enhance the appearance of the dwelling with the removal of the mobile home. No adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area would result. The size of the extension is appropriate development in the greenbelt, as it would not be a disproportionate addition to the building, and it may meet greenbelt policy on those terms. The extension will provide a kitchen, living room and bathroom with a bedroom inside the existing timber part of the building here. A flood risk assessment has been submitted that concludes the development will be more resilient to flooding than the existing dwelling, as it has measures to mitigate flooding to include a higher floor level for the extension, flood doors, non-return air bricks, impermeable sealant, non-return valves for pipes to discharge to the fan network, an flood alarm system, and raised electrical circuits and impermeable floors and walls. On that basis, it's acceptable in terms of flood risk. And subject to the conditions in the officer report, the proposed development is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, James. We have one public speaker on this, which is the applicant or agent, which is Bryn Kitchen. It's probably gathered by now how it works. Yes.
My button on the side or just the front?
Just the front, in right hand.
Thank you. Yeah, members of the planning committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application, and I'll try to keep my comments brief as it's been quite a long meeting. And although this is a relatively minor householder application in relation to some of the other cases you've heard today, it's of great importance to Mr. Cooper as it relates to his home, which is in need of refurbishment. The dwelling currently consists of a timber-framed and clad building with a converted mobile home attached to the western side. As you can probably imagine, the habitable space is cramped and not particularly warm or efficient. The removal of the mobile home element will allow for replacement accommodation that will be constructed to modern building standards with much higher levels of insulation and a raised finished floor level to lessen the risks of flooding. The dwelling does not meet nationally described space standards, and that's by a substantial amount. The proposals will result in the habitable accommodation exceeding the minimum space standard for a one-bedroom property. The modest level of accommodation requires an increase in footprint of the existing dwelling of just 2 square metres. That's a little bit bigger than the surface of that desk there. The need to raise floor levels by 425 millimetres to lessen the flood risk, and the requirement for much thicker roof insulation results in the ridge of the replacement extension being slightly higher than the main part of the building. However, the benefits of replacing accommodation, which is more energy efficient and with a reduced risk of flooding, clearly outweigh any minor impacts and are a demonstrable improvement on the current situation. Your officers have concluded that the size of the extension is a proportionate addition to the original building and are therefore appropriate development in the green belt. The council have already confirmed that the building has a lawful residential use by the granting of a lawful development certificate in 2023, and this householder application to remove and replace part of the building results in an increase of just 2 square metres. As such, there is no impact on neighbours, no increase in vehicle movements or changes to foul drainage. The proposals will be a visual improvement to the existing building, and there are the additional benefits of reduced flood risks to the occupiers, improved energy efficiency, biodiversity net gain, and meeting minimum space standards. We therefore respectfully request that members agree with their planning officer's professional advice and grant planning permission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any response from officers? No. In which case, we'll move to committee. And do we have any questions from any members? Councillor Rezard.
It's actually Brenton.
Oh, sorry.
What did you say about one old lady?
I've only known it for 6 years, so I don't know one different. Councillor Brenton, Alex.
Councillor Brenton, Lieutenant Upton. Just a couple of, I'm not sure if the questions or observations, but basically this is a stable block. So are we saying that the stable block is now a dwelling and therefore we're extending it, or are we saying that the caravan is the dwelling and we're extending it into the stable? I just wonder what is the what are the dwelling parts of this? Because it seems as though from the plans that the stable then just becomes storage, which instinctively, if there aren't horses, will become bedrooms or rooms, won't they? I mean, we're a bit sort of in betwixt and between. So I'd just like a little bit more clarification from the officer. Thank you.
For you, Chair, the building had a lawful development certificate for a dwelling.
Which building?
So we go back to the original building. The existing building now has a mobile home attached to the back. And at the time of the certificate of lawfulness, there was a bunkhouse here. The bunkhouse and the mobile home were the residential use of that building. They proved within the required time period that they used it lawfully for residential use. And there was also the curtilage of the building, the red line here. This was granted in association with the building for a lawful residential use. So the site, the red line site, is in lawful. You.
Does that answer your question, Alex?
Up to a point. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Thoughts or comments?
Yes, I do.
I'll get it right this time.
Beryl.
That's Beryl.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a bit mystified really, as Councillor Brenton was, about a mobile home that is, I understand, looks portable, yet you're asking for an extension on a portable sort of park home. That's what it looks like to me, and an extension over the top of it. It looks a bit of a, sorry to say, shambles to me. And as Alex said, the stable block has not anything to do with this application. Am I right? Thank you.
Really, Chair, it is. I mean, that building is one. So the mobile home is physically attached to the building. It was on that basis that the council granted a lawful development certificate for a dwelling. I agree, it's an odd case, but based on the law and the advice we sought from our solicitors at the time, that was a lawful building, and the applicant had done enough to demonstrate its lawfulness. So it'll be an improvement to take away the mobile home, which is in essence an extension to the building, and put a more purposeful extension on it in its place. Does that answer your question?
No. You're saying they put the extension on and take the mobile home away?
Correct.
Oh, they are?
If they remove the mobile home, the mobile home will be gone. The extension is in exactly the same place as the mobile. It's actually a bit smaller.
Oh, that makes it clearer.
Sorry.
I was thinking, my goodness, it's a bit of a mismatch. I'm glad of that because park homes don't last that long. And I know from experience. But the other thing is the actual layout of the sort of plan there. Can you just tell me what actually that building, say, over to the right, which looks separate, is that a separate part on the, to the north and the right there? Is that a separate building? It's nothing to do with the planning application.
Through you, Chair. Do you mean this building?
Yes, store.
Yeah. Yes, this is a store building. It's not part of this current application. It's already there.
Right. That makes
It's got a lawful use as a curtilage building for the dwelling, but there's no works proposed under this application for that.
Thank you.
Content?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Surrey House.
Thank you. Councillor Surrey House, the Corfmullen ward. So understanding that this current dwelling and stabling is in lawful use, I think this application improves the visual amenity of the site. It improves the living amenity of the site and is in keeping with Greenbelt policy. And therefore, I support the officer recommendation to approve, and through the chair, if he's happy to take a proposal, I propose that we accept the officer recommendation and approve this application.
Thank you. Yes, it's quite okay to make a proposal. Does anybody wish to second it? I've got Errol was first.
Yes, I'll gladly second this.
Okay.
I took now learning a couple of things. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any more speakers? Anyone wishing to comment? Or Alex?
I'm sorry, it's Alex again. Just a query. This is a query, I'm not opposing. The construction of this property, is it wood frame? Is it brick? I just wonder if it would be classed as a substantially built barn for a barn conversion at a later date, or would the store itself, if it was brick or block, be classed as a substantial building which could become a barn conversion? That's just a query about the construction.
Again, before we get an answer, I might just go for legal advice on this. Don't believe that we can worry about future uses or potential future applications when we're considering this one.
So, no, Chair, you're considering the application before you. My understanding is it's a timber frame building. It has a certificate of lawfulness for the building and use as a residential dwelling. So that it is not an agricultural use, and therefore there would be no question of a barn conversion. It's a dwelling at the moment. It will still be a dwelling afterwards. You're considering an extension to an existing dwelling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? So now we've got a proposal, which is to support the officer recommendation to grant. It's been seconded. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's unanimous. So this HOU 2024-02924 Dun Roman, Uddeners Drive, Coal Hill is approved. And I think that brings us pretty much to the end of today's meeting. There are no exclusion items, there are no urgent items. So I think
1426.
1426. I'll declare the meeting closed.
Chair. Sorry, sorry, apologies. Yeah.